Hi, folks. Welcome to AsyncAPI Conference 2021. We're finally here. It took us a few months of a hell of a ride. Um, I think the most important to mention at the beginning is that the, the to get the event organized, it was tremendous effort of the entire community. Um, I actually created a list of names of people, so that's how I would like to start the event, with huge thank you to all the contributors to the event. So yeah, bear with me. I'm gonna share this beautiful image I worked on in the morning. So yeah, when you'll engage with other participants of this conference through the next 3 days, please remember that the event happened because of this amazing community of people that helped with different ways to organize the event, to contact sponsors, to review CFPs, to actually present at the conference, and also help out with other things related also to the hackathon that we had more right before the conference. So please remember, when you're gonna engage with the event, you're gonna talk about it. Remember, it was a huge effort of a community of over 60 people. Um, so we're not live on stage um, in person. So round of applause in your private homes, please. Now, a few organizational information that you should know about the event. So first of all, there are still few other community members helping out in the event to get your questions when you're gonna have some questions to the presenters. They will make sure that if you ask a question on YouTube or LinkedIn or Twitch, it will land in one place where we can make it available for the speaker, and then spread the answer to other chats. So don't feel like it might be confusing that we're streaming to all these different social platforms. There are angels somewhere out there helping out to get this organized. All the talks were pre-recorded, and we're gonna stream a recorded presentations. But it doesn't mean that speakers are not with us. They're definitely here, available throughout the whole presentation to already start answering questions. And they will also join me after the recording ends to answer some questions live if there are such. Um, so that's if it comes to the organizational stuff. Now, angels that are out there, please share in chats with people link to code of conduct. So remember that we have to make sure that the whole event and the interactions we have is respectful. So please make yourself familiar with the code of conduct. And also, there's a huge request from my side, and also Missy from our community that handles the designs in the project. The angels I just referred to, they will also share two links with you. One will be a link to a survey about the brand, AsyncAPI brand. So please have a look, and there are just a few questions that you have to answer. Please help us out to audit the AsyncAPI brand. The other survey, it will be a link to just four questions, like super general questions about the community. But the most important is, and please really fill in the survey, because one of the questions is about the next year conference and if you're interested to have it in person. Now, there is also something important for people that like Twitter. Please use hashtag AsyncAPIConf. And if it comes to today, please notice that one of the presentations got cancelled. It's a presentation from Nectarios, who was supposed to talk about one of the GSoC projects. Unfortunately, he could not deliver, but you can yourself have a look on GitHub to a simulator project. And I know that Nectarios is actually now working on some desktop application for it. So even though he can't present, the project is still alive, and he's contributing to it. So we're about to start. The day one, it's contributor summit. So first half of the day, it's a set of presentations of people that helped the community during the Google Summer of Code. All of them completed it successfully, and they will share their stories with each of the tools that they implemented during the Google Summer of Code. Then we're going to have a break. But before the break, also, we're going to announce a hackathon winner and also share a video from the winner. And then after the break, we will have a presentations dedicated purely for people that would like to start contributing to the project. So yeah, I think it's pretty much it. So enjoy as much as we enjoyed preparation for the event. And don't forget to also join us tomorrow and the day after. So give me a second to start playing the presentation.
Hey everyone, I hope you all are having a great day. Welcome to my talk about generating diffs using AsyncAPI diff. We will discuss about what diffs are, why do we need them, and looking into the AsyncAPI diff library. First of all, a little bit about me. My name is Sahu. I'm a developer, student, and I love contributing to open source. You can find me at these links below. So let's have a little background. This project, the AsyncAPI diff library, was an idea for Google Summer of Code, also known as GSoC, and I was selected to work on this project, which by the way was a lot of fun. Before we get into the diffing library, let's talk about AsyncAPI. So what is AsyncAPI? AsyncAPI is a specification to define your event-based architectures. The main idea is you have a file in which you define your event-driven APIs using the AsyncAPI specification. On the right, we have a demo application which shows the info about our API as well as the server with which our application will connect to and the channels through which it will send or receive messages. So, what is diff? Diff is a way of comparing files in order to generate the difference between them. The most common diff tools is git diff. You can see an example on the right which shows git diff in action. What's so important about generating diffs? As it turns out, the business requirements are always changing. New features have to be added, some have to be removed, and keeping track of those changes is a tedious task. That's where diff comes in. It generates the difference between two files, so in order to see what changes have been made, you can just find diff between them. For example, let's say we have an application initially having 5 servers and 5 types of responses or channels. As our application grows, the number of servers and the number of responses or channels will increase by a lot, and keeping track of those changes is a tedious task. That's where you can find the difference between them using diff and see what changes have been made. So what is AsyncAPI diff? AsyncAPI diff is a library that generates a diff between two AsyncAPI files, but not only that, it classifies a change that has been made between the given files as breaking, non-breaking, and unclassified. You can try out this library right now using npm install AsyncAPI diff, and the code is open source, so feel free to check that out. So why do we need AsyncAPI diff? Well, as I said, generating diffs will help you a lot as your application grows. But with each change, the user can generate to see what has been changed. But not only that, he will get help from this library to see what changes will break your application, what changes are safe and won't break your application. This is what I meant by classifying a change as breaking, non-breaking or unclassified. So let's take a look at the features of this library. It has a built-in standard and the ability to override those standards. Now you might be wondering what is this standard I'm talking about. Hold that thought right there because we will talk about that in a bit. Another feature is that it is extensible. Extensible in the sense that the output helper methods provided by this library can be easily extended and more features can be added. Let's talk about the standard. This is the main brain behind our library, which helps in classifying the changes that we made to our application. One of the main features of this library is to show what changes are breaking, non-breaking, and unclassified. We achieve this by keeping a standard that classifies a change in AsyncAPI field as breaking, non-breaking, or unclassified. Let's take a look at the standard more in depth. Here we have a small standard that is built in our AsyncAPI diff library. As you can see, we have a key named AsyncAPI. These are the fields which are defined in our AsyncAPI specification itself. For example, in the AsyncAPI specification, we have field name AsyncAPI info servers, and it corresponds to our standard having AsyncAPI field, ID field, info field, and servers field as well. And since in a diff only 3 types of changes can be made, we either add something, remove something, or edit something. So we have mapped those as well. For example, if we add the AsyncAPI field itself, it is a non-breaking change, but if we remove it, it is a breaking change. Similarly, if we add a servers field, then adding a server field is a non-breaking change, but removing them or editing them is a breaking change. But our built-in standard won't be able to satisfy all the needs for your classification. That's why we provide the ability to add new standards or override the existing ones. We'll see more about this in the demo. The output helpers, generating the output. So if we generated the diff, now we need to show it to the user. This is where the output helpers come in. We can show what are the breaking change, what are the non-breaking change, what are the unclassified changes, and we can also get the whole output itself. Now let's have a small demo of our application. I have a small AsyncAPI file of our application. It is a street slide API, and right now we have only one server named Mosquito having the URL and protocol. Well, I have changed something. I have added a new server named socket, and I have changed the existing server from using protocol MQTT to HTTP. Now let's generate a diff between those. Now I run the application and let's see the output. Well, there you go. You have a array of changes and you can see what has been changed. The protocol has been changed from MQTT to HTTP, which is a breaking change. The URL has been changed, which is again a breaking change, but adding a new server is considered a non-breaking change. Therefore, we are getting non-breaking change. Well, if you want to override those default standards, you can do that as well. Providing the overrides, we can, let's say, if we want to make addition of a server a breaking change, we can do that as well. So, getting the output again. And there you go, your addition of a server is now a breaking change. Well, this is getting the whole output. Well, we can get only the breaking changes as well. And running the script again. There you go, all the changes are now breaking. If you only want to get the non-breaking changes as well, let me running the script again, and there you have it, only a single non-breaking changes. That's all for the demo. Now let's look at the integrations. So where would you find this library? You can find the library in AsyncAPI Studio, which is a website related to all about async API. And in the CLI, async API has a CLI to work with async API files. And perhaps I'm just thinking about it, but it might be a good addition in GitHub Action. All these three are in progress, and we hope to ship it out pretty soon. So that's all about my talk. Please enjoy the rest of your conference, and don't forget to join the AsyncAPI force. All the invite links are down below.
Thank you so much for
Hey,
watching the first presentation. And as you can see, we have Aayush with us that presented his work that he did during the Google Summer of Code, working on AsyncAPI Diff. And yeah, that's the best moment for you folks to ask questions to Aayush if you have one. Or Aayush, would you like to add something that you think like you might forgot when you recorded the recording? Would you like to add something to your presentation?
yeah. So you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
So the main thing I forgot was, uh, which I am thinking right now, that I forgot to say use thanks to the Async API community, because when recording the talk, I was pretty nervous, right? So this was my first talk ever. So I'm just saying it now. Use thanks to the Async API community for giving me this opportunity to give a talk.
You're welcome in the name of the community. Thank you. So, angels that are somewhere out there helping us, please. Do you have any questions to Aayush? Did you notice any questions somewhere on some channel? And dear angels, if you can hear me, just write that there are no questions if you don't see any. Okay. In the meantime, before people can hear me, actually, I have a question, Aayush. So,
Yeah,
you you mentioned like that like the plant work is of course for the studio, that in the studio you can basically upload new version of the file and then you could see a diff. Same with the CLI, but like with the GitHub action, when you mention GitHub action, you mean like to enable people to use diff in a CI CD approach, right? So they basically change something in the file, then they have, let's say, a pull request flow, and for example, what on the pull request level they could break the build if there are breaking changes or something like this. What was?
exactly. Yeah. So the this thing came when I was working on the project during the GSoC period, that we should think about how this library is gonna be used, and the main thing was how will the user use it. So one thing that came up was how will you use it in GitHub actions like CI/CD, and like you said, if you make a PR and something has been changed, and we want to show it to the user through actions like, hey, this might be a breaking change that you are trying to merge in your project.
Okay. So, folks, if there are no questions,
uh, I think yeah, so I see Jonas Lagoni asked like, consider that. So do you have a learning moment during GSoC that stand out? So my learning moment was how maintainers like you, Lukasz, and everyone at Async API think, how do they approach a certain project. So that was kind of one of the main thing that will help me in life itself. So how they approach a project, how they think about it, how they plan a certain project, and all that thing have been the main thing, the most important thing I have learned during this GSoC period. So that's all.
Awesome, thank you. And for others, if you're thinking like, if we're gonna take part in GSoC next year, um, I think it's pretty obvious we will. Um, it's just a matter of how we will do it, because this year when we basically tried to join Google Summer of Code, we were not yet in Linux Foundation. As an individual organization, we were not accepted, but we got there through a backdoor thanks to help from Postman. But next year,
Oh, I guess Lucas' internet just went out. Yep, Joss, I'm messaging Lucas about the frozen stream. I'm the new host. Oh, he's back. Oh, he went again. Now it's my conference. Welcome to Ice conference. Yeah, I'm messaging Lucas about it. Yeah, the stage is mine, and I will try to hold it as much as I can before Lucas is here. For- Okay, one question. So Joss asked, for the Async API diff library, have you considered making it more general, general for YAML JSON documents? Yeah, so considered making it more general for. So, are you asking for non-async API files as well? Like, if you want to use a non-async API file, yeah, you pretty much can. So you can provide the JSON output or YAML output in the diff library, and you can get the changes as well. You can find the difference between the given two JSON data, and yeah, that can pretty much be done as well. And yeah, Lucas is reconnecting.
Hi, folks. Welcome back. I hope you can hear me well. Sorry for the network issues before the last break, but I talked with Aayush, so I know when I freezed. So yeah, if it comes to Google Summer of Code, we will participate in it next year. We don't know yet at what scale. If we're gonna have 5 different projects as we had this time, but for sure we want to do it, and we should already start discussing. So after the event, if you want to participate as a student, then just let us know. We can already start discussing what we could submit as a GSoC proposal that you could pick up. Also, if you want to be a mentor for a particular topic, also jump in, let us know. And even though GSoC already usually starts around February, March, but yeah, sooner we start discussing, better. So yeah, if you were wondering about Google Summer of Code 2022, that's the answer. And yeah, it's now time for presentation from Khuda. The topic is make your AsyncAPI document shorter with Optimizer. And please enjoy.
Hello everyone, this is Khuda Dad Nomani, one of the contributors and also one of the TSC members of AsyncAPI initiative. Before starting my talk about Optimizer, which is my topic for today, I want to talk about a little bit about my journey because the first day of the conference is dedicated to contributors. Well, I started my journey as a summer of code student. I remember going through the organizations list and then so I think API went through the list of ideas that we could work on in that period of time. The idea of event-driven architecture was new to me, and the idea of having a single specification file and also tooling for that file that can give you documentation. Also, it can generate code for you for different platforms. It was very interesting and intriguing. I applied and then got accepted. Since then, I have been contributing to AsyncAPI, really loving the community. Of course, we have a separate presentation by Lukasz, which I think is today. We talk more about how to become a TSC member and how to start your journey. Tune in for that. Besides that, let's get into it and let's talk about Optimizer and what it is. Now, what is Optimizer? Optimizer is a library that can be plugged into CLI tools and GUI tools to make your file more optimized, or in other words, make it shorter. How exactly it works? As you may know, we have the component section in our specification file, and you normally use it when you want to reuse component. For example, when you have messages or one message that you want to use it in multiple channels or places, you can just declare it in the component section and then reuse it in multiple places. Or if you have a schema that you want to reuse it, you can just put it in the component section and then you can reference it from anywhere inside your file. So how this library works is, it will, first of all, it will find the duplicated components in your file, and then it will generate a report for you to tell you what components are duplicated and where they are. And if you want, it can help you to move them in the component section and reuse them. Or if you have components in the component section that are there but you are not using them anywhere, you can just specify and the library will delete them for you. Okay, let's see this library in action. As you can see, I am in Visual Studio Code and I have set up a basic project to demo the Optimizer. First of all, you need to install it. Okay, let's take a look at the project, at the file that we are going to use for this demo, and let's see what we can do with it. First of all, we have a header here. As you can see, it's duplicated. We have a copy of this header here, and also we have the same object here. So I expect the library to move one of them to the components and then reuse that component. And then we have a message here that is not used anywhere in our AsyncAPI specification file. I expect the library to find it and remove it. Then we have this sent at here, a schema. Here, instead of using that schema, I'm writing the full form. I expect the library to find it and then ref this send at to this send at. Okay, now the optimizer is installed and we can start our demo by importing it. Now I imported the optimizer and I can create my document here. I am importing it here for the sake of simplicity. Just let me copy and paste it here. Then you can easily create an instance of optimizer class and pass your document. Now that you have the optimizer instance, you just can generate a report by calling the getReport method. This is an asynchronous call, so you have to await it. Now that you have the report object, you can print it. Let me console.log this report. I'm going to run this project. As you can see, I'm getting this report here. It has a 3-port reuse component. As you can see, it identified that that sent at can be reused. It identified that there is a message called unused message. It can be removed. And as you can see here, it found that my header can be moved to components.schemas instead of writing the full form. Okay, now let me apply these changes to the file. And then you can pass an option and specify which one do you want to disable and which one do you want to enable, or what type of output do you want, but I'm not going to, I'm going to go with defaults. Okay, let me print this optimized document. And then let me run this project again. Now I have the optimized document here. As you can see, the header is now using the schema 1 because it has created an schema 1 here and reuses that object. Header here and here. It uses the schema from components now. And as you can see, we have no messages here because it wasn't used anywhere and it is removed. And the last thing is that now my sent at is being used instead of writing the full form. Let's talk a little bit about the vision and the future of this library. As you may know, OpenAPI specification is very similar to AsyncAPI specification, so it can easily be ported, or we can add the feature to support OpenAPI specification as well as JSON schema. If I remember correctly, they have the diffs part instead of components, which is used for using a component inside the JSON schema specification. So in the future, we can easily add the support for JSON schema as well. With this out of the way, let's talk about contribution. If you have an idea or you have a feature request, you can always open an issue. We can discuss it, or if you want to contribute, there are a few issues open. You can pick one up. We can discuss how to implement it, and I will be very happy to help you in that regard. Have a nice day. Enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Thank you all for watching. And as you can see, we have Khuda with us here to answer your questions. And before some questions come in, Khuda, would you like to add something to your presentation?
Thank you very much. Happy and excited to be here. If anybody has any question, I'm happy to answer them. And sorry about the sound quality. I actually recorded it, and then I wasn't familiar with the process, and the noise cancellation, I think, ruined the sound.
That's fine. I understood everything you were describing. To others that could not follow the whole presentation from the very beginning, the presentation was about Optimizer. The main use case is for people that generate their async API files from code, and they get huge and they need some shortening and optimization. But Khuda, because Aayush mentioned something about CLI and Studio, what about Optimizer in those tools?
Optimizer, actually for a studio, I think it can be used as a tool that just hint us that we have unused component, or for example, we can show a message that you have unused components here. And for CLI, I think the report generation part and also the optimizer part can be used, both of these functions can be used in CLI tools. Of course, it needs some more work to support some other part of AsyncAPI specification, like traits. It doesn't support completely the traits, so we can add that support, and then it can be used in both of these tools.
Awesome, sounds good. Our angels, supporting angels, do you see any questions coming to Khuda on one of the channels? I don't think I will ever get used to the delay. But yeah, there's a comment from Jonas. The same question as to Aayush. So
Learning moment. I think I was working on comparing two components and differentiating if they are the same component or they are identical. It's different in in the specification. For example, if you reuse a component, it's the same component, but they can also as well be identical. So I was working, and I faced this issue, and I couldn't see if they are referenced or they are identical. So I was working for maybe 2 or 3 days to come up with a custom solution to do that. And then I think it was Machi that told me, this library just keeps the same reference of objects, so you can just compare them with equal sign. And that was, I think, one of the learning moment for me, to always read the documentation truly before heading down the path of creating your own solution.
Yes, everyone, please always read the docs first. Okay, since I don't see any more questions coming in, it's actually time for another 15 minutes break. So thank you a lot, Khuda, for joining us again. And anyway, if you did not ask any questions now, don't worry, like Khuda is still with us here in the community, also responsive in the issues for the optimizer, and not only. So feel free to ask your questions later. The next talk will be from Arjun, and it's going to be about visualizing event-driven architectures using a Cupid library. So thank you again, Khuda, and time for a break.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, folks, after the break. It's API Conference, if you didn't notice yet. Next talk will be from Arjun. As you might heard at the beginning of the conference, but just as a reminder, we're gonna play a recording of the presentation. But Arjun is here all the time with us, actually waiting in the backstage to show up after the presentation finishes. So feel free to ask questions in any chat, and they will be addressed by Arjun. So get ready for visualize your defined event-driven architecture using Cupid. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, welcome to AsyncAPI Conference. My name is Arjun Garg and I am currently a computer science junior at SMBIT Bangalore in India. And today we are going to talk about a project named Cupid which I built during Google Summer of Code. So Cupid is a tool which is capable of abstracting and analyzing the relationships between a set of async API documents to later visualize the defined architecture by generating a default output and also supporting different output syntax like Mermaid, PlantUML, and Reactflow. So there are a couple of main features of this tool. The first main feature is the relationships identification. So like if there are services which subscribes or publishes to the same channel, or if there are services which subscribe to a channel that the other one publishes to, or if there are services that are subscribed to channels that no one publishes to. We also provide additional data along with the relationships, like extracting metadata including messages and schemas. If we talk about the extensibility, so the library is extendable in a way that anyone can provide an additional plugin for it. So the output would not be our custom format, but any class diagram syntax. Currently, we are supporting different syntax from Mermaid, PlantUML, and Reactflow. These are all open source libraries, and we have solely built this tool in JavaScript. Feel free to contribute to it. So let me give you a quick demo of this project. So this is a short script written by me to run on the flight service example, which is originally contributed by Alvaro. And as you can see, if we want to generate the default output syntax, have, we can run the script and we are getting this default output syntax is map. And if we want to generate syntax in PlantUML or Mermaid, then let's say that we want to generate the Mermaid syntax. So we can just write Mermaid and run the script, and see we are getting the output format in following the Mermaid syntax, and then just paste it into the Mermaid live editor. And now as you can all see that this is the visualization of the defined flight service event driven architecture. And as we can see that the flight subscriber service is publishing to the flight queue channel, which is as same written defined here, the flight subscriber service. We can also generate output syntax in PlantUML if one wants. And like as we can see, now the script has generated the output structure in PlantUML syntax, and now we can paste it into the PlantUML text editor. And this is the PlantUML class diagram. One can save this visualization in PNG, SVG, and text, and share it among the colleagues to discuss the robustness of the application being delivered. We are also supporting Reactflow syntax. Sorry. Yeah. And as we can see that this is an array being generated for the React Flow syntax, we can just paste it into the our React front end example like I have done here, and we can visualize it like this. The flight service one. These overlapping edges are like a bug from React Flow, and we are working on it currently. So this was a quick demo of the Cupid. So as we all see that this is the mermaid flowchart syntax that we are currently supporting, and this is the plant UML class diagram, and this is the React flow diagram. So let's talk about how this project will benefit the community. So like being an independent library, this tool can be reused by developers in their tools. And this library would also help envisioning the robustness of the application which is being delivered to the world. And it also helps the developers to determine how the system architecture will get affected if one of the services gets removed or and its impact on other services. So there are a couple of future development opportunities like supporting more output format syntax, and like currently we are integrating it into the Async API Studio for making it more accessible without having user to manually code. And also after integrating React Flow in Studio, we can allow user to create relationship flows manually, and then we can reverse engineer it to get the Async API specification files. So I would like to thank all of you for listening to this session, and would like to invite all of you to join Async API Revolution by contributing to the Cupid tool and Async API in general. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Async API revolution. Yes. Hello back with Arjun.
Hey
Um,
everyone.
Arjun, do you want to add something to your presentation?
Yeah, so currently I didn't include it that the Qubit is also being integrated in the Async API CLI, which I would like to add that after the CLI migration to Oak Cliff, I'm currently working on integrating it into this CLI, and it would be done hopefully by the end of the week.
Oh, so fast. But yeah, awesome. I think that like especially looking on how people react to Async API Studio, this feature from Dave about visualizing your single document. So having that nicely visualized across documents, like see your whole architecture, that would be awesome. So like again, please backstage angels that catch questions from others, please let us know whenever there's some question we have to look at. Um, let's check all the channels. So yeah, CLI Studio, and I guess that's the main use case, at least if it comes to Async API initiative and the tools that we have in our organization, right? Okay. You can actually, in a spare time, because I see Jonas made a comment that he likes the tool very much. It's, I guess, because he used it recently. So Jonas, please, if you can share a link to the pull request related to the social media example for the spec repo. It also nicely looks there in the PR that you like visualized the example using Cupid. And yeah, we have question from Jonas.
Like following the same trend, do you have a learning moment during the GSoC that stand out? So yeah, we have a lot of learnings during the our GSoC period. Well, in terms of development, of course, like how like following the conventional commits by developing the code. also how to properly document your code, and so that the new users can onboard quickly and contribute to the same project. Also how to like be patient while developing and contributing to open source is the best learning I got during GSoC. And also thanks to my mentor Lucas, who helped me throughout my GSoC journey.
No worries, mate. It was a pleasure. So if there are no questions, let me check my watch. It's 1:10 past 1. If I see it correctly or not. Yeah. So time for another break. So thank you a lot for joining, Arjun. If there are questions
Thank
to Arjun that will show up later, yeah, I don't think Arjun is going anywhere. So he'll answer the questions in the chat, just not live.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And yeah, thank you again, and see you after the break with the presentation from Ace, the creator. Hi, folks, and welcome after the break. Now we're gonna have a presentation about writing the spec document without knowing the specification. It's from Elegbede, but he's also well known as Ace, the creator in the community. So, as with previous talks, I will now play the recording, but Ace is here with us, waiting in the lounge, in the breakout room, basically, and ready to answer any of your questions during the presentation. And after the presentation, he'll join us live. So enjoy the journey to get chatbot for Async API.
Hello everyone. Hello, I'm Hayes, and I'm super excited to be here. Super excited. So excited to be here and to be given an opportunity to actually speak at the AsyncAPI Conference 2021. And so before I get into it, I would love to give a shout out to the AsyncAPI organizations for actually making this possible. So shout out to you guys for doing an amazing job. So let's get into it. Hi, so I'm Elegbede Azeez, and I am the current maintainer of the AsyncAPI chatbot. So a lot of folks call me Hayes, probably. So most of them, like quite folks at the AsyncAPI initiative, actually know me as Hayes. So here are my social media handles, and I'm from Lagos, Nigeria, Africa. So let's get more details into it. Let's get into it. So the problem. So why the AsyncAPI chatbot in the first place? So we had a problem before we came up with the idea of a chatbot. So because the problem is learning the API specifications can really be time consuming, and it causes the ability to learn every new specification hard. So instead of how we at the AsyncAPI can make it so easy to create specifications without having extensive knowledge about the specification. So we came up with a solution. So there's a saying where I'm from that says every problem has a solution. That's why we at the AsyncAPI initiative came up with the AsyncAPI chatbot in the first place. So super excited to introduce you guys to Lukasz. Everyone to meet Lukasz. No, not this one. This Lukasz. So introducing Lukasz Jr. Every board has a name, so that's why we are dedicating this board to Lukasz Gornicki. Yeah, that's if I pronounce it very well, it's gonna come from my head. For the awesome work he's currently doing at the AsyncAPI initiative. Shout out to you, Lukasz. Now, with the help of the chatbot, ready specifications will be as seamless as never before. The chatbot now gives you the ability to actually create an AsyncAPI specification by just answering a couple of questions. That sounds super amazing. The chatbot in action. Time to see Lukasz do some magic. So let's do a quick demo of Lukasz in action. So here we have a pretty wacky UI right now. So we are looking forward to actually improving Lukasz UI. So Lukasz is actually open for contribution. So we have a button here that says generate specification. So we can click on generate spec. Now here Lukasz actually introduces himself. It says, hello, I'm Lukasz. I can help you out writing an AsyncAPI document. Try me. Lukasz got some balls. So generate spec. Click. Lukasz is typing. So now Lukasz says, what version of AsyncAPI spec am I using? I tell Lukasz I'm using 2.1.0. Ask me what's the name of my application. I say Streetlights. Slides API. Send it. Now it asks me what the version of my application is. Then I want to see how smart Lukasz is right now. I want to pass one thing. And you can see Lukasz actually told me this is not a valid version application. Oh, sorry, this is not a valid application version. It must be a number, probably a float or an integer. So do it. Oh, then it asks me, how would I like to describe my application? What is the purpose of my application? Say a simple street lighting API. Okay. Now see, like it says, would I like to describe where my application is available and where to connect to get and send messages? Yeah, I'd love to do that, Lukasz. Now Lukasz asked me, is this a production server or a development server? I say production server. It says, can I provide a URL? Now if I type something random, Lukasz is pretty smart because he knows what a valid URL looks like. Now I have to pass in a valid URL. Let me copy this and paste it. Now Lukasz is asking me what protocol am I using for my server. I could say MQTT. So we are actually looking to implementing a way for Lukasz to actually list all supported protocols at the AsyncAPI initiative in the AsyncAPI spec rather. So let's just actually type in. So let's wait for Lukasz. I think my network is pretty slow here. So you can see now Lukasz is asking me, would I like to specify what messages my application is consuming or producing? Then I'll say yes. Now it's asking me what's the name of my message. Then I say login. Now Lukasz says I should paste a JSON schema format of my message. So I need to be pretty fast because I'm running out of time. Only have 15 minutes. So, but mind you, Lukasz is pretty smart enough to know what a valid schema looks like. You can just paste anything there. Now it tells me I'm ready to tell him what channel I'm sending message or receiving message from. I say yes, I want to create a channel. So what's the name of my channel? I say user channel. Now Lukasz says, what message am I sending here? Now you can see Lukasz actually told me I'm having an existing message login. So I can tell Lukasz login. It says you read messages from this channel too. I say yeah, so I'm reading in login also because I actually have just login. But if I actually pass in a message that doesn't exist, Lukasz would actually tell me I don't have a message called logout. You can see now Lukasz tells me logout message not found. Now Lukasz generated a spec for me. Right now the spec is actually generated in JSON schema, so we still have a lot of features to implement in the chatbot. So this is more like a prototype, so we are actually going to polish it and actually add more features and make Lukasz pretty capable of doing so many things. So that's just a simple demo of Lukasz in action right now. So let's head back to the slide. So I think we can see, we've seen what Lukasz can do, we've seen some magic. So what next? So we believe the AsyncAPI chatbot will be a big deal for the community and we would love to see it skyrocket. Thus I would love to share some of the capability we'd like to see as a long-term feature in the chatbot. So here are the list. We want the chatbot to have the ability to pass existing specs and give information about channels that users ask from the spec. So imagine users just pasting or giving the chatbot a reference to an existing spec and being able to ask the chatbot anything about the spec and the chatbot being able to like give them an answer Imagine saying, do I have a channel called this? Do I have a message called this? What payload do I have in this? Then the chatbot will be able to respond based on the specification given to it. Now we want the chatbot to be able to handle and understand more vocabulary, because Lukasz is pretty not having that right now. We want the chatbot to have the ability to answer more AsyncAPI related questions. So we want the chatbot to have the capacity to answering questions about the AsyncAPI. We don't want every time, imagine the Slack channel is like filled with questions on the AsyncAPI channel, and sometimes the question has been answered by other users already some point back. So we want the chatbot to be able to keep track of these questions, just in case somebody actually raises the question again. Then the person can actually, instead of going to the Slack channel, the person can actually go to the chatbot and ask the question. So one more is the ability to modify an existing specification by passing an existing spec link. So users can tell the bot they want to modify the specification. So ability to modify a spec. So you pass an existing specification file, and from there you can tell the chatbot to I want to modify a channel. I want to change the channel name in the spec. I want to do this. I want to do that. Then just tell the bot what to do, and the bot will do it. So if you have something in mind, please feel free to drop a suggestion in the link below. So if you also like to contribute, please, if you love to be a contributor at the AsyncAPI chatbots or in the AsyncAPI chatbots, please, contributions are highly welcomed. Feel free to submit the PR or open an issue. And if you love to discuss anything concerning the chatbot, to actually go to the chatbots discussion link. So thank you. That's everything. Super. Thank you. I'm super honored to be here, given the opportunity to actually talk at this year's AsyncAPI conference. So I wish you guys a wonderful day. Thank you and goodbye.
Hi, folks. Thanks for watching of the presentation. You see me smiling and Ace as well, because we had some laughs in the backstage. So if you have any questions, start writing them in the chat. And Ace, do you want to add something to your presentation?
Yeah, I would definitely love to add a bit, because the fact that during the presentation I was quite nervous. So I believe you guys can actually see it in my voice. But the only thing I would love to add is just the fact that we are actually willing to have more contributions. And first time contribution, you have experience in open source. Lukasz actually needs your help, and I would be really glad if you guys can actually contribute. It will go a long way.
Thank you, Ace. And I'll add, before there are any questions, I'll add something important like call to action, because the one of the biggest challenges to take the project to the next level for us is that we don't have yet clear sponsorship, like how to host it and how to make it available to others. Because at the moment, the chatbot model is trained using with AI service, which is free, but it's also not something that you could host on your own if you would like to use chatbot somewhere behind the firewalls. So we need, for example, to migrate to Rasa, which is a similar project, but we would have to host it on our own as AsyncAPI, which means we need a dedicated sponsorship for hosting services. At the moment, we are in discussing. I mean, I can't say we're discussing with Red Hat because we didn't get any response, but we are in some advanced discussions with DigitalOcean. But if you know some PaaS solutions that support open source projects and would accept to support AsyncAPI initiative, So we could basically host a chatbot, host a server supporting the chatbot, and therefore make chatbot widely available for other community members. That would be awesome, because we need to constantly train the chatbot. And yeah, there's a question from Jonas. So yeah, what was your best learning during the GSoC?
I think the thing is, I don't actually have one because if we actually start this conversation, we'll definitely sleep here. But the fact, the fact that I actually doing the GSoC and I was pretty happy joining the AsyncAPI initiative via Postman, and I actually learned a lot for the fact that community, like that's just it. I knew the power of community because I've never ever I've been doing open source before joining Google Summer of Code, but finding out about Async API, it's a different, like it went a different way. Like super amazing folks. I knew the power of community, what communities can actually do. I think let me just give you guys that because if I actually start, but so many things and I just want to we can't have this conversation today because we won't stop. We won't stop. But the community, that's just it. I let the power of community, communicating community, super awesome.
Give power to the people.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot for the words. There are no more questions coming in, so thanks a lot for joining me live as well, Ace. And if there are some other questions coming in after we jump out for the break, then please address them. And some additional information for you folks. So a reminder that next presentation that was supposed to start in 8 minutes, it's canceled. But Jonas, I see you're there active. Please share the link to Simulator for others so they can have a look what was the topic about. But we're not canceling it in a way that we're gonna have a longer break. We're actually gonna do a kind of freestyle. So Fran will join me in 8 minutes, and you're gonna have 10 minutes to ask us basically any question you
I'm
want.
throwing questions, man.
Except of Ace. So yeah, thanks so much, and see you in few minutes after the short break. Welcome after a short break with a special guest. So basically, as I said before the break, that the presentation that Nectarios was supposed to show about AsyncAPI Simulator, it could not happen. Like we did not manage to handle this. Yeah, the idea is to have a spontaneous session with lots of questions, but I let Fran first say something.
Something?
Something. Or something more than something.
Well, thanks for accepting my invitation to jump live and cover this time. I think it's much better than this loop video that we can spend some time here with the community, right? And maybe we can do some I don't know, an ask us anything session. Maybe like we can answer any questions during this. How much is it? 25 minutes, I think, or 30 minutes.
Actually, it's 10. No, wait. It's 15 minutes.
15. Oh my god. I'm listening to you, but I think it's my fault. Now I'm not sure if I'm being broadcasted or not. I completely lost you. Oh. So Jesse, you said you can hear me. Can someone confirm that you can hear me? Maybe it's Lukasz for the first time. I can hear myself in the background. So I guess I'm live. Lovely, yeah, lovely baby, Ada. So yeah, so it's not my fault then. Cool. So as I was saying as I was telling Lukasz, maybe we can do an ask us anything session. Actually, an ask me anything because he left. So yeah, I'll be happy to answer any questions during this time. Jesse was the first one to ask, what do you think about the brand audit results at this point? To be honest, I haven't seen them. So this is Missy Turco is a designer, the AsyncAPI designer, if you want, the only designer that we have on the AsyncAPI community that I know so far. And yes, he's running this this audit. And to be honest, I have no idea how is it going. Oh, Jonas, good question. So my first open source project, let me just close the door because it's going to be noisy. My first project, honestly, I have no idea what was the name. I remember the experience contributing to it, but I can't remember the name of the project. And my first contribution was fixing typos. So as in a documentation, in a README file, so like many of us. And it felt great. Like it felt like, oh, this thing is working. Like there's someone behind the scenes. So yeah, it was cool. But yeah, the real, let's say that the first real contribution, like valuable contribution, other than just fixing typos. Hey, Lukasz, welcome back. I think it came like probably 2 or 4 years afterwards. So yeah, and it was on a JavaScript library. And again, I can't remember the name, to be honest. I'm really bad at remembering stuff. So yeah. Does it answer your question, Jonas? Let's change Lukasz to the other side. Whoop. You're the host, man.
So we basically have the proof that it's my network issues and not Restream.io.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, I think it's mine, and maybe nobody is hearing me, and because I get this problem every time with Zoom calls, and yeah, so I thought it was happening again, but on Restream. Dave, what do you think of the growth of AsyncAPI over the past years? Oh man, that is a really good question. Like, I have no words. Simply like I couldn't ever imagine that this was going to grow this this far and this fast, right? And when I first published AsyncAPI as a side project in my spare time, I never thought it was going to get attention. So from there, like I think it's not many people know, but this Thursday is the anniversary of AsyncAPI. So it's the last day of the conference, and it was by chance, completely by chance. We didn't align with the anniversary of AsyncAPI, of the first commit, if you want. So yeah, how I feel like, you know, this has this just went out of hands, to be honest. Like, it is just not a Fran project somewhere. Like in the beginning, it was everything around myself, Fran stuff, Fran the project, Fran AsyncAPI, whatever. Now many people don't even many new people joining the project and the community don't even know that I created it, or they don't even interact with me anymore, don't have to, right? Which is cool. It's cool because it's growing beyond a single person, and that's what we wanted to achieve.
I think it's also visible on the conference level. So last year when we were doing a first online conference, like during the event, the conference was run by 3 people. So it was Eva, Fran, and me. And we had like 8 presenters. So, and 2 people reviewing CFPs with Fran. So it was like around 15 people. And as you recall, what I said at the beginning of the conference, I counted at least 62 people helping to get this event organized.
Yeah.
That's the scale.
That's the scale, exactly. In just 1 year. 1 year and a half, maybe. Yeah. More or less. Yeah, last one was in April last year. So let me just show this question from Jonas. Can you highlight some of the lows and highs up until this point? The lows, to be honest, for me, I mean, Lukasz, you've been around as well, like probably the same amount of time as Lukasz, maybe just in a different position, like you were contributing and Lukasz was on SAP, contributing from SAP, right? But to me, from my personal perspective, the lows have been those times where I had to figure out to make it sustainable, financially sustainable, and not just my salary was depending on it, but Lukasz' salary was dependent on it, and Eva's salary was dependent on it as well, and that was stressful. Like having to find a way to make it financially sustainable, that was stressful. And the hikes, I mean, I would say the hikes are happening right now, right? Like I just can't describe how you know, like how cool is all of this, right? Like how cool is all these things that are happening. So yeah. maybe you want to join us, even join us, or you, Lukasz, you want to share some lows or highs. You've been around for some time, so some time.
I see only highs.
You're
No
always
lows
high.
so far.
Sorry, you.
But yeah, for me, it's really hard to identify a specific one because it's going like this all the time. Like, and I'm afraid the moment when it's gonna stop and what next. So
Yeah.
but yeah, it's so far it's amazing here.
Don't you have this feeling that what we're achieving right now is like the top of the hill already, and but at the same time, you know that we're not in the top of the hill. Like this is gonna continue growing, and it's scary sometimes because it's like we don't know until what point this is gonna continue growing, or how far, right? And if it's a hill, right? Like in which part of the hill are we right now? Like are we in the beginning or are we already reaching the top? And yeah, it's scary sometimes. Like lots of people put in their eyes here. So yeah, lots of responsibility.
But next year it's gonna be even more. I did not yet share with the community, and we did not yet started discussing. But I'd like to next year to start some kind of ambassador program or something, like to scale community even more, and yeah, reach people that already are AsyncAPI ambassadors. Talk about AsyncAPI. We just need to group together and give back as well. So yeah, I think it's gonna
Yeah.
cause scale as well next year. Oh, there's a question from Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse. No spoilers.
Isn't
So
it?
that's part of
Isn't
my
it a
talk.
question,
So
or is it a question about for the panel? I guess.
or for the panel, yeah. So yeah, let's not do spoilers. I mean, we can share that we're targeting April next year, but targeting doesn't mean that we're committing to this date. That all depends on how many contributions we get, and yeah, and lots of things like shipping a new major version like V3. It's a complex thing, so it's gonna take time.
But you can hear more about it on a third day. There's a panel discussion at 5:30 UTC. There will be guests joining. Fran, Fran, can you remind what guests will be there?
Yes, we'll be getting Jonas, who's in the chat. We'll be getting Laurent Bruder. I hope I pronounced his name. If not, it's Laurent. Laurent Brodo. I don't know how to pronounce this. Um, and yeah, and who else? Ludovic Dussart. So yeah. Um, and maybe someone who's asking a lot of questions in the chat also joining. I don't know, some Manning or something like that. I can't remember his name.
Looks like Jesse wants to get on the panel.
Yes, so he will be joining the panel as well.
Okay, so it's 5 past, and I think we should give people a break because in 10 minutes we're gonna have a summary of the AsyncAPI Hackathon and also a presentation from the winner. So thank you so much, Fran, for joining, and to all of you for the interesting questions, especially those that I could not hear because I had a network outage. But I'm gonna watch the recording later. Thank you, and see ya
Thank you, man.
in 10 minutes.
Yep, see you.
Hey folks, welcome after the break and for the last session before a longer break. Now we're going to talk about AsyncAPI Hackathon and also play the recording of the winner. And a special thanks to the winner because he had just few days really to record it, not like the other presenters. So, but let me start first with sharing a slides about the hackathon, like give you some insights about what was the purpose of the hackathon, why we did it. So let me share the presentation. Okay, so what you have to know, like the hackathon was right before the conference, so people had 1 month to work on it. We had prizes thanks to the sponsors, the platinum sponsors and other sponsors. We had some financial prizes for the winner and also runner up and third place. The level was advanced because to actually build something on top of AsyncAPI, you first need to be familiar with AsyncAPI, use it to have a good idea for the hackathon. So I would say to start participating in AsyncAPI Hackathon, that was already a huge challenge for anyone. So thanks in advance to all people that submitted. Now, we wanted to be 100% transparent with how we run the hackathon. So later on, you can go to the link I shared, a discussion where we shared exactly the names of people that were voting on the hackathon submissions and what was their reasoning to select a given proposal as a winner. Now, the purpose of the hackathon was, first of all, to make it easier to educate people about the AsyncAPI specification, like how to make it easier to learn the spec. The other one was also provide some tools for existing challenges, because we know when people come to the community, they share what challenges they have with event-driven architectures, how AsyncAPI could help, and Hackathon was a place where you could provide such tools to solve these existing challenges. And also there was an option that one of your submission can be just a reuse of existing tool, a showcase how it can be used in other scenarios. So there were 9 submissions, even though of the difficulty of the hackathon. It was a first hackathon we did, and so far I hear only positive reactions to it. So might be that next year we're gonna do it again. And we did not have a third place. We had actually 2 folks getting a second place. Ace, you already know him. He presented a few talks before talking about chatbot. He created an AsyncAPI blog. So if you're familiar with Scratch and programming with no code, but by just drag and dropping blocks, his submission was about the same, but with writing a spec. So you don't really need to know the spec. The UI tells you what components you can bring into a given part of the document. The other submission that got a second place was from Greg Meldrum, and it was Event Discovery Agent. So, and it solves one of the big challenges people have, that they don't think about doing AsyncAPI code first, or design first. They are already in production with event-driven architectures. They have brokers, they have thousands or millions of events floating in the system, and they want to learn what events are those. And Discovery Agent helps here. So that is it if it comes to the second place. And the winner is Sovik, that also contributes to AsyncAPI CLI. He created an AsyncAPI bundler that helps a lot. For example, folks that have a complex system, they have several async API documents, but their users don't care how much granular you have architecture. They want to see everything, all the information in one document. So that's one of the use cases for the bundler. So huge congratulations to the winner. Yeah, let's finish, and let us give so a stage to talk about his winning project. Give me just a second.
Hi, I'm Shovik and I am a CS undergrad from India. I'm in my final year of college and I also maintain AsyncAPI CLM. I found AsyncAPI during GSoC. I was looking for an open source project to contribute to and I stumbled upon AsyncAPI initiative. In the process of making application for GSoC, I spent a lot of time with the code base, learned about event-driven architecture, and got involved in the community. And at that time, I was pushing code to CLI on a regular basis because I was having my holiday at the time. And after like 2 months, Lukasz asked me to join AsyncAPI as a maintainer of CLI. So I was like super happy. And after that, yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing now. And this is my first open source project that I'm maintaining, and I'm super excited. And the community is super helpful and friendly, so the overall experience is awesome. This is AsyncAPI's first hackathon, and I really wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to build something that would improve the existing tooling for the community. After researching a bit and talking to Lukasz, I found out that there's a use case where robotics had, and there was no tooling yet that was supported by AsyncAPI. So I thought maybe we could build something around that. So that's why I built AsyncAPI bundler, and I'd like to give you a walkthrough of my whole project. So let's go. So the project I built in this hackathon is AsyncAPI bundler, and just as the name suggests, it bundles multiple AsyncAPI files into one. For now, you can use bundler for two main use cases. AsyncAPI bundler can help you if your specification file looks something like this, where there are references to external files. Having this structure is beneficial as your specification files are well divided and you can reuse them effectively. Also, your specification files are quite less in size. But the problem arises while transporting these files. As the specification file depends on other files to resolve, misplacing or mistransporting them will break your spec file. Also, as of now, generator allows you to load spec files over internet. But having a structure like this, you cannot use this functionality. This is where AsyncAPI bundler comes to rescue. It resolves all the external references. Let me show you how it's done. So here is a specification file. You can see it has references. So it depends on this file to resolve, right? So AsyncAPI bundler also has a CLI, so you can just call it from your CLI. Let me show you. So it just needs the path of the file to load, right? So let's see. So this is the combined specification that it prints out. Now if you want to generate a new file, all you do is pass in a file name, and let's say it is naming it combined.yml. So the file is now generated, and as you can see, there is no references in this file. It has resolved all the references accordingly. So moving to the next use case. So the second use case was inspired from Zura Robotics, where they were using AsyncAPI to document their distributed system. So what happens, every service has their own spec file, which is helpful when you care only about one specific service. But when you want to work with the whole system, it would benefit to have a single specification file. This is what AsyncAPI bundler is aiming to solve, by letting you combine your complete specification files. Okay, so before you start with the example, I would like to, there are some points to consider. All specification files should be valid and complete. What we mean by this is each individual specification file should follow AsyncAPI specification 2.0 and latest, and it should be able to be passed by the parser. And secondly, no two documents should define same channel or schema properties. Okay, so now moving on to the code example. So if you look at this specification file, it is a complete spec file that defines two channels. Okay, so now these two channels should be unique to this file, firstly. Second, this is defining documentation for audio interface. This is another file which is defining documentation for camera interface, right? So now we'll combine these two specification file and combine them into one. So let's go. We need to pass both the specification files as a parameters. So first, I'm going to pass this base.yml as a base file. So what it's basically doing is telling bundler to override all these properties. So after merging, these properties will be overridden. So you can pass a base file which have custom properties that is not present in any other files, or you can also change some properties. So this is how you do it with here. And also pass in this file output file name. So it's done. Okay, so as you can see, this is the file that was generated right now, and it has been, see, the title has been replaced from the base YML, and you can also see that the server property was added from the base YML as well here, and the components were merged, see, and also all the channels are here as well. So this is what bundler does. You can also use AsyncAPI bundler as a library, and it also, so you can basically write your own scripts to manage how the different AsyncAPI spec files will be merged. As of now, there are some configurations currently supported. Before every specification file is merged, it is first validated. So you can also change this behavior by passing validate false as an option. Also, if you're using a different schema, you can pass in a custom parser schema as well. So next, the future of the project. As of now, the project is under my GitHub account. I would like to bring this project under AsyncAPI org and maintain it further. We might also add this feature in AsyncAPI parser.js itself and then add support to our CLI. I don't know how we are going to go ahead with this, but you can see this feature soon in AsyncAPI tooling. So for some features that I'll be working next, currently AsyncAPI bundler does not support circular references. So that is something I'll be working on next. And secondly, this is something experimental. Instead of resolving external refs, we'll just merge the data and reference internally. So the generated file will have references, but they will not point to any external source. And thank you. This is AsyncAPI bundler in a nutshell, and thanks for joining the conference. See ya.
Thank you so much, Sovik, for preparing the recording. Unfortunately, Sovik cannot join live. He is there in the comments, ready to receive your questions. So please put them in the comments, and he'll be ready to answer. And also, if you have some questions regarding the hackathon, the other projects or the current projects, feel free to ask your questions now. But yeah, as I see in the comments, huge congratulations again to you, Sovik. And when I was watching your recording, I was smiling seeing that you started first with your library to have, so it has CLI. But what could we expect from someone else than like CLI maintainer? So that was pretty natural, I guess. So yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I think I already said that, like, most probably next year we're gonna have a similar event. Just need to talk first with you folks, like what did you like, what did you feel negative about the event, and we need to start looking for good sponsors for the event to have even better prizes. Any questions about the hackathon or to AsyncAPI bundler? I can ask a question. Can I ask a question? So the question is, get ready. Like, at the moment, all those projects, they are not in the AsyncAPI initiative GitHub organization. And I think it's pretty obvious we would like to see them there. So, but if the question is like, again, am I talking to myself? So if the question is when we can expect them being part of the AsyncAPI org, we did not yet have any discussion about it. But I see Sovik is super open to transfer the project. Not sure about Greg. Not sure about Ace. And there are other also, like there were 9 submissions. But still, even though some of the submissions didn't get into first 3 places, they're still useful. Like there's this Java code generator that was created by IBM team, and I think we should also have a look on these projects if they could move to AsyncAPI. But yeah, if there are no more questions, I'm not gonna talk to myself. let us go into the break mode, but this time it's going to be much longer break because the next presentation is in an hour at 3:40 UTC. But we're gonna join a few minutes before because now it's the time when part of the world probably is getting ready for the end of the day, and another part of the world is getting ready for the day. Like it's pretty more. It's almost. I think it's morning in Americas. So there will be some introduction done by me, like explaining again the logistics, how the conference works. So you can join earlier, so not at 3:40, but you can join like 3:30, 3:35. And now get some rest, get something to eat, and please join us again in an hour. Hi, folks, and welcome after the long break. We still have a few minutes until the first presentation, but because we had longer break and I bet that many people joined just now to the event because of the time difference, we are now more accessible with the meeting to Africa, Europe, and Americas. So I bet that few people from Americas are joining. So some logistics. First of all, the most important, please make sure that we all do respect each other in the comment sections. And please familiarize with the code of conduct for the event. AsyncAPI as Linux Foundation project applies the same code of conduct as Linux Foundation applies to every other conference. So please go to AsyncAPI website and grab the link from there. Another topic is Twitter. If you're tweeting about the event, please use hashtag AsyncAPIConf. That's easy, I guess. There will also be during the live stream from time to time we're gonna paste links to surveys. So we have two surveys that we would like you to participate in. One is related to audit of AsyncAPI brand, and the other one is with some overall questions about AsyncAPI. But there's one, the most important, about the AsyncAPI conference next year. How do you see it? If it should be in person. Now, also remember that this conference has presentations pre-recorded. So speakers that got accepted, they pre-recorded their sessions. We're gonna play their recordings, but it doesn't mean that they are not here. So every single speaker will be available here during their presentations, and they will always, at the end of their presentation, join live to answer your questions live. There's also a group of people helping out with coordinating the questions. So as you noticed, the live stream goes to LinkedIn, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. In all those different locations, we have chat. We also have dedicated channel in Slack. So yeah, many different sources of questions, but don't worry, we have folks from the community that are focused on it and make sure that the question reach us and reach the presenter. And last but not least, this AsyncAPI online conference is a tremendous effort of many community members. So let me share some graphic that I prepared in the morning. So I checked, and looks like over 60 different people from the community got involved in organizing this event, comparing to last year where it was around.
All right, folks. I think we lost Lucas once again. Let's give him some time while he manages to fix his connection. As he was saying, let me just read some of these names. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. So Lucas is back. Cool. So yeah, I was going to take over, but yeah, I think you can continue.
Could you? Where did you stop hearing me?
You were about to talk about the people.
Oh, okay.
The people in this list. So yeah.
Okay, so yeah, sorry again for the network issues. So yeah, basically, I wanted to make sure that you acknowledge people from the list that help a lot in event organization. It was a tremendous effort of over 60 people, some involved in marketing discussions, some involved in swag discussions, some help out now during the event, some helped out with CFP reviews. Some of them are presenters. So a huge list of great people. So thanks a lot. And that would be it if it comes to the intro to the event. And now, Fran, you can come back.
Yes, of course. Cool. And thanks for showing this list of names. I think I really appreciate as well all the effort that these people are putting into helping organizing and shaping the event. So yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. I think we're running a bit late, so let's just not delay it more. Next presentation is Lukasz Gornicki, and he's going to be talking about how to contribute to a AsyncAPI specification. So big round of applause for Lukasz. And Lukasz, do you mind if you click on your video presentation yourself? Because I have no idea which one is it.
Yeah, I'm also not 100% sure I'm going to play the right one. But
cool.
Yeah, let's try. Today I'm going to talk to you about how you can contribute to AsyncAPI specification. And I'm going to talk about it mainly because I'm working on AsyncAPI full-time, and among all the different projects that I'm responsible for, I'm also a committer to spec repo where we have a specification. So I'm making sure that whatever happens in the spec, it's all done according to the contribution guide and respects the contribution guide. As simple as that. If you want to engage with me and you're afraid to do it in public, you're afraid to ask questions later in public, just grab my contact points and feel free to contact me later. But yes, so the plan for this talk is to first explain to you why you should care, why you should even consider contributing to the spec. If there are code owners that are responsible for it, then they probably do everything, right? Then I'm going to talk about a theory, like how the contribution looks like in theory, and then confront it a bit with the real-life examples of how the theory was implemented. But yeah, why you should care? We're not trying to convince everyone that we're smart here and we know everything that happens in the event-driven world. Of course, I have some experience. Like Fran has his experience from the past work with different patterns and different protocols. But in event-driven architectures, the amount of protocols is tremendous. The amount of different patterns, it's huge. So to be an expert in each, to have hands-on experience in production with each, it's basically impossible. And we're not going to pretend we have this knowledge. We don't. And that's why we need you to contribute. We need you to bring your request for changes, to show your use cases, to explain how you use the tool in production and how the spec should be improved, because you can't do everything with the AsyncAPI specification at the moment. Or there's something broken in the specification. So don't count on us, we're counting on you. So please, consider contribution. Now, we're not gonna drive your car, but we definitely are here to make sure that the road you're driving on is clear and safe. So at the moment, we're kind of facilitators. We make sure that you can go smoothly through the process as much as possible. Sometimes we might jump with you into your car, help you out with your solution end to end, like take it over and implement. It might happen. I'm not saying no. There are also some complex topics like publish-subscribe confusion, where Fran, that is a committer in the project, had to go into driver's seat and include as many people as possible in the discussion and drive it forward. So sometimes we drive topics, but most cases we'll like Morpheus. We're just gonna give you different options. We're gonna advise you like what you can do here, what is the what's gonna happen if you take the red pill, and what's gonna happen with the other one, how it is going to affect others, and it's how it's going to affect you and other tools as well. We might help choose you the right doors, advise you, tell you what direction to take, what's the best one. But in the end, you're the driver, and we're not gonna try to push you out of the driving seat. We're not perfect. Like the foundation, when we joined foundation, we joined in March. Before that, we had no processes really for changing things in the spec. We set it up everything like this year. So we're still polishing, we're still adjusting and making sure that the work is smooth. So there are no perfect things here, and we're not gonna claim you're wrong. We're super open to help and improve. So I think it's good to encourage you to contribute in an environment where nobody's trying to play smart. We're always gonna work around the contribution guide. But if there's some error in the contribution guide, let us know. We're really open to your ideas. But yeah, I encourage you a lot to contribute, but I want to transparently tell you, you have to be patient. It requires a lot of work and a lot of time. No change in the spec can happen in a week or 1 month. There's a lot of discussion involved. So in like every other open source project, it's not so easy to push things and merge them if you're not working in the project. But here, the main motivation why it takes so much time is that because we have to think really close about every single new thing we add. Because even small change that will fix your use case can break all the others. Okay, so let's talk about a contribution guide in theory. Everyone likes theory, right? So go grab your coffee and I'm gonna finish in a few minutes. So principles, like we have some basic principles in the contribution guide. So first one is like favor no change. So basically it's really on you, like it's on you to prove that you add value to the spec. Because we always will have an approach like if you can do something with the spec at the moment, different way, but it's it can solve your use case, then we're always gonna favor the old solution. We will always favor as well as simplicity over expressiveness, consistency in the spec. So if there's some part of the spec that has some different solution for a problem, some specific solution for a problem, and we want to improve something in another section of the spec, we will try to map the same approach to make it as less confusing for spec users as possible. So we'll always push this on pull requests. We'll always push also to ask you to consider like make the solution, like even the simple implementation, open for extensibility, like that we want to that whatever you add something, it can be easily extended, and not that we want to improve it next release and it's gonna cause breaking change. Understandability, which basically means, remember, the spec file, it's a markdown file written as a block of text for humans. So we need to always be super clear as much as possible. So sometimes we might be super picky on words, but it's for the good of the humans. Humans are cool, by the way. Last but not least, use cases. That's one of our huge pain points here. Event-driven architectures are mostly used internally. There are some protocols that are, it's kind of common that APIs are public, like WebSockets. In IoT, it might be MQTT. In others, some of it, but I would say majority of it, is internal, and people don't like to share much internal stuff. So but we need to fix it. Like, for many cases, like now when we do improvements, we're blind. Like, we don't really know how much it's gonna affect others. We need you in the project. We need your involvement. You need to share the use cases, and you, as a person that contributes, always have to also research other use cases to see how others will do it. And we're here to help. We want to also have a good database of use cases. So that's principle that you have to follow when you contribute. But yeah, we're gonna help as much as possible. Now, in the contribution guide, we have a something like request for change or champions. So some details. When you contribute, request for change is just an issue or pull request. We have templates for it. Just keep in mind that we favor pull request more, even though it's strange. But basically, if you already have an idea how to solve something, like your request for change is not just giving us a heads up, like saying like something is wrong for a given use case. But if you already have, it's something is wrong and I know how to fix it, then please open up PR. Show in the spec how it's gonna change because of your proposal. It's much easier to interact and review this way. Make sure you're always doing what's required by the contribution guide. Of course, we as a committers, we have to look into contribution guide and make sure that every request for change follows. But the more pull requests we get, the more requests for change, and we're gonna be slowed down. So high quality is a key here. If you take care about the quality of the request for change as much as possible, it's gonna speed up things. Yeah, there's a champion, so-called a person that drives the topic to get it into a stage that gets it into the spec and releases. The champion does not have to be one for a project. There can be several champions. There can be champion for different stages, but there has to be someone who's making sure that everything is done properly and all the comments are addressed and the reference implementation is done in the tools that we require. So make sure that if you're not a request for change submitter, make it clear that you don't want to champion it because you simply don't have time to do it. And don't feel sad that you come in, make a request for change, but you say you can't drive it forward. We still care about your request for change, and others might too. There might be people that want to become committers in the spec. They want to help. They just don't have ideas how given use case could be improved. But if you have some idea, like you have some request for change, just do it. Like maybe somebody else will jump in and drive it for you. That happened in the past, but we're gonna get to it. So, but yeah, basically, champion is not the same person that request for change submitter. It's exchangeable role, and there can be multiple. So there are different stages when you contribute to the spec. My favorite one is Strawman. Yeah, it's that's how it basically looks. Like we have a new proposal, a new request for change actually, and yeah, we try to understand what's the use case, asking some follow-up questions, asking for examples, asking for more justification for a given change, suggestion like move from issue to pull request. There's a lot of things happening on the Strawman level, and it takes time. Once we have all these things cleared out, we go into the proposal, where we want explicitly to have a change in a pull request with some initial stuff that will change. And we also want to already have a reference implementation in the AsyncAPI JSON schema and the parser to see how it would be implemented in the most basic tooling possible. And then, of course, we, again, back and forth, discuss, check, suggest how things could be done better. And then we go into draft, which kinda is almost good, but not necessarily. It's a stage where we're almost ready with everything. We just need to review, have a final look, and see if that's what should get into the spec. Then just accept, relax, grab coffee, and have some rest, because it was definitely, with every request for change, long ride, and you deserve the rest. There is a stage that is described as rejected, but we've never used it, so I'm not going to talk about it more. You just remember that, like, it's all about collaboration, and rejection only comes in if there's a collaboration only from one side of the table. So if there's no champion and nobody reacts to follow-ups questions from for the release request for change, that's something that will most probably get rejected. But yeah, theory, I hope you already came back with your coffee, because now we're going to talk about a real life. So again, in real life, it really takes time. For example, that proposal from Gerald. So Gerald decided to champion a request for change to get some solution into the spec that can solve a problem that like before 2.2 release, you could only describe your application with servers that all had to implement the same protocol, because there was no way to wire to connect channels with a specific server only. And many people asked, many people knew it has to be improved, but then Gerald jumped in and proposed to make things better. So he submitted an initial request for change at the end of April. And in the end, he got his proposal into accepted stage at the end of September. So it took 4 months. 4 months of a lot of work and a lot of discussions. But yeah, it was worth it anyway. Now, some stages can be skipped. Like we have some stages described in the contribution guide, but it's a theory that sets some kind of process. But like in this case, if like Gerald was super motivated and worked hard on the proposal, and was so advanced on a proposal level stage that it was okay to jump directly to accept it. There was no need for changing the labels in GitHub, because how engaged we all were here. It is hard to engage community. Getting a use case and getting comments from community is on your side. But we're gonna help you. As I said, we're facilitating. So if there's a good proposal, we're happy to see it, but we would like to hear others. We're gonna use AsyncAPI official channels to promote. But also, you have to take some actions. Like if that's not enough, like in case of Marek and his proposal, come to one of the community meetings, present your request for change, get feedback from others, talk openly about it, basically promote the request for change. And don't worry about the release schedule. We set up a release schedule that where we regularly release 4 times a year. So, like in case of Gerald, he created a proposal at the end of April, but he couldn't make it for June. There were too many open questions. But yeah, I mean, just a few months later, it was okay for September. He didn't have to wait like 1 year or 2 years more for next release cycle. So don't feel pressured by by the fact that the release can take long. Just focus on RFC to make it best possible. Release is a complex topic. It took us 3 hours last time to release spec and the reference tools. We're automating a lot as much as possible, but I think the most important for you is that it is also a collaborative work and anybody from the community can engage. There's a release coordination needed for every release. Anybody can be a release coordinator, anybody can volunteer, and that's what happened now. So 2.1 and 2.2 release, I was the release coordinator, but for 2.3, Elaine volunteered to do the release coordination, and it's also best thing to contribute to the project, because this way Dale will learn every single part of the process and many different people involved, and we'll have like the same knowledge that I have and Fran have in the project, and he's like the best candidate for the code owner. So yeah, I mean, it takes time, but just think about others. Like, first of all, like again, this example with Gerald, like you're fixing your use case, but it's not just your use case. You're helping many different community members. So be one of the brave ones. Take things forward and help us out. Thank you. Now, there are some links you could have a look at. The first one is the list of meetings that we're hosting. So if you want to join one, talk about your RFC, please do it. There's a document that describes the release process, a document with contribution guide that I talked about. And if you're interested with how the release looks like, have a look on this YouTube video, but I don't recommend it. And last but not least, there's a specification channel in Slack that you should definitely join if you want to work with us longer. Thanks a lot. Thanks for watching and listening. And I hope to see you later somewhere in Slack or other areas where community engages. And see you in RFC, in spec repo. Cheers. Bye.
All right. Good talk, Lucas. I love the dogs, the pictures of the dogs, especially the Stroman one. So yeah, I think it's time for questions. So if anyone has a question, please drop it in the chat. Please remember that for the next talks, and always, you don't have to wait for the end of the talk. If you have a question at any time, you can drop it there and the speaker can answer there, right? Or we'll try to answer ourselves if the speaker is not around. So yeah, no need to wait until the end of the talk. And if there's no time during the talk, we'll read them aloud after the talk. So anything that you want to say, Lucas? Anything else in the meantime?
Yeah. Something that I didn't point out, I think, during the presentation when I watched it now, is that like when I was talking about the quality of the request for changes, that it's important that like it follows contribution guides, so it's much easier to engage with the PR. I don't think I made it clear. Like, if you want to contribute to the spec, and again, like you don't have a specific RFC, but you want to champion something, and you want to familiarize as well, like with the whole process, then we need your help as well in the review process. Like when you see a
Ooh, we get the same problem again. So, Lucas, you will have to check with your internet provider, I guess. All right, let's wait a little bit for him. Cool. So in the meantime, while he comes back, I wanted to augment the what Lukasz was saying in his talk, and just make a reference. Let me try to find a link. In the meantime, we're pushing an effort towards version 3 of the spec. So if you want to help on that effort, we're gonna be running a regular meeting. I think meeting. Yeah. So Jonas Lagoni started, and I think Jonas and Sergio they both started this effort. So let me share the link here in the chat. There you go. So if you want to collaborate on the version 3, please join this regular calls if you can. We're trying to form a working group, and when I say a working group, it's not about the specific group of people that are that will have the like the privilege to decide, right? So it is mostly about working on that. So it is still up to the code owners to decide what's going to be merged and what's not. But we need a group of people, precisely for the reasons that Lukasz was saying on the talk, that we cannot know about everything, right? So we need a group of people to work on version 3 of the spec, because it's a lot of work. Welcome back, Lukasz. Maybe you want to say something, but I guess we might have to give preference to questions. Don't you think so?
Yeah. So you were not responding to that question. You did not yet respond to.
No, I didn't. I was just saying that there's this version 3 initiative, like this recurring meetings and working group that we're trying to form, to push version 3 forward. And so, Jonas, what is the difference between contributing to the spec versus another repository tooling under AsyncAPI organization?
Like technically, no difference. Pull request, fork, contribution guide, all that stuff. But only for the spec, we have a dedicated contributing guide. We don't have it for so we have 2 contributing guides in the organization so far, one for tooling and one for the spec, especially because of the complexity of the spec changes. And the biggest difference is you can't just have a 100 test coverage that you could have for a library. So a pull request validation is extremely manual and requires a lot of effort. So that's the difference I see. Not sure if you have something to add, Fran.
Cool. Any more questions? Don't hesitate to leave a question there. I see that Jonas is pretty active asking questions. It almost seems like he's not working on AsyncAPI. He's asking a lot of questions. You should be knowing by that time already how that works. Okay, so it's 100% code coverage for spec. What a goal. Yeah, what a goal, right? What a never-ending goal. Oh, so we have compliments from Sergio.
Thank you. It's dedicated to my old team from my previous company. I got it from them and I decided to wear it today.
And I guess this is less of a compliment. So yeah, as you can see, we're always trolling each other. Nothing new here. So yeah. Any further questions? If not, if you don't have more questions, remember that you have this conference channel, actually conference 2021 channel on our Slack, where you can join using the link that I'm gonna share just right now. So yeah, you can join our Slack there in case you haven't joined yet. Lots of much better stuff there, I will say.
Okay, so I guess we can jump into the break,
Yeah,
and the next talk will be in around, it's
a
12
minute.
minutes,
Yeah,
and it's gonna be a presentation about how being lazy became a contributor
yeah.
by Jorge. That
Hey,
is already at the backstage, but will join us after.
nice pronunciation of Jorge. It almost sounds like from the south of Spain.
I work with so many people from Spain last year, so that I
East
learned.
Spain, East Spain. You know. Okay, stop trolling.
Um, so yeah, see ya in 10 minutes.
Yeah, see you soon. Or All right. We're back. And next talk is Jorge Aguiar. And he's going to be talking about how being lazy was actually a feature, like it was actually something good to becoming a contributor to AsyncAPI. So we'll have some time to let Jorge explain what he meant, but I wanted to have the opportunity to take the opportunity to welcome Jorge on stage. So let me just invite him. And hola, Jorge.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing? All good?
Well, a little bit nervous, but
That's fine. We're all between friends, so that's okay. And how can you be nervous? You're from Canary Islands, so you can't be nervous.
well, but my English is not the best, so
Who cares, right?
me. Of course, me worrying about it.
Actually, I was thinking now that I was saying this about Canary Islands, is that you probably should be nervous now because of the latest news about the volcano. You know, like so this thing. So it's like, ooh, this is pretty tough stuff. Cool. So so Jorge works for the Agile Monkeys. Am I right? Yeah, and he will be speaking about how being lazy became a contribution, right? So let's just wait probably 2 more minutes to start playing your talk, right? So for those who are waiting for it, we don't want to be playing it before the right time, right? Let me check. Okay, I have your talk here, right here. Perfect. So anything else anything that you want to share with us? Don't want to put yourself into a compromise, but
I just want to say thank you to all of you, not only AsyncAPI community, but all the people who are just seeing this and enjoy.
that's really cool. Thank you for presenting, and thank you for contributing to AsyncAPI. So I mean, really, thank you for that. So cool. Remember, folks, that you can be asking questions on the chat during the talk, and we're gonna start streaming now. Okay. So how being lazy became a contribution.
Hi, my name is Jorge, and I'm going to talk about my journey with open source, more specifically with AsyncAPI. I'm currently working as a software developer at the Agile Monkeys. I'm also a technical steering committee member of AsyncAPI. I have contributed to the CLI project of AsyncAPI. You can find me on GitHub, Twitter, LinkedIn, and also I have a personal blog in which I write about things that I learn. You're probably wondering why this talk has the word lazy in it and why being lazy became my contribution. It's not about me being lazy, it's more about how I manage to make things easier for me while working with AsyncAPI. And I'm going to tell you a little story. Once upon a time, there was a developer trying to modify an AsyncAPI specification YAML file. In order to perform his task, first of all, he needed to modify the wonderful, more than 1,000 lines long specification file. Then he proceeded to copy and paste that file on the AsyncAPI playground in order to validate it. This task got repetitive pretty fast, and this playground didn't show the location of the errors the developer made, and he had to guess where those errors could potentially be every time. At some point, he realized that this task could be improved. You must have probably noticed already that the developer of the story was me. The problems I faced were the following. One of them was that AsyncAPI Playground, now replaced by Studio, wasn't showing the errors location. The other one was that the validation process got tedious because you need to repeatedly figure out where the errors are. What do we always do when a task is repetitive? So automation is the solution. And as a software developers, we can code a tool to automate this process. I've worked with Node.js, so I know that there is a tool called Nodemon that watches all the changes made to a project and reruns it locally when this happens. So my approach was to build a tool that does exactly the same for our specification files validation process. For this, I also used a package that had already been built by AsyncAPI's community called AsyncAPI TSC. At this point, I had already built a tool to simplify the validations, but I noticed that AsyncAPI Studio was also using the same parser that I use. So why aren't they being able to display the errors just like me? We are both using the same parser, but the studio isn't displaying the errors to the user. I was curious about this, and I decided to take a look at their code and see what's going on. What I found was that at some point the parser was updated and changed the way the errors are thrown, but the studio didn't adapt its code to handle them. So I fixed it, and that's my first open source contribution. Then I decided to contact the community through Slack and show them the CLI I had built in order to see if they were interested in adding it to their project. I noticed that the CLI was already in their roadmap, so after seeing what I have done so far, they suggested that I contribute to the internal CLI from scratch. Their plan was to implement it using Ink. For those who don't know, Ink is a library to build CLIs using React components. Given their suggestions, I started working on the first feature. That was the one I'd already done, but with a new structure in order to integrate Ink with the project. But a few months ago, Fran Méndez was playing with Oakleaf, and he suggested switching from Ink to Oakleaf due to its benefits, and we are currently working with it. So I encourage you to contribute to the project. It's easier right now, and we have tasks to work on. Feel free to reach out to me if you want more information, or if you are willing to contribute. Thank you for your time, and go contribute.
Awesome. So thanks, Jorge, for this talk. Anything you want to mention after your talk? Anything you want to add?
I will just encourage all the people that just need anything in their life to see if there is something needed on any other open source project and just contribute to them.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. Like, we all expect open source projects to be feature complete and working perfectly, but we don't realize that most of the time these projects are done by group of people in their spare time. So you can be one of these people, right? You have to be one of these people if you want it to be maintained and perfect. So yeah. So yeah. Folks, any questions for Jorge? We have still some time before we go again with the other guy. The guy. Okay, I was just switching off my audio. That was weird. Thanks, Lukasz, for the logos and stuff. He's right behind the scenes. I have a question in the meantime myself. So I mean, you mentioned that I suggested this Oak-Cliff framework, but in your opinion, what do you think it's making Oak-Cliff a better option than Ink, or how different are they? Like,
For me, the advantage it takes is that it's not like Ink is a React library. It's like React but adapted to the command line interface. So that's a gap. You have something to learn before you use Ink. You have to learn how to manage React components and how React works. But right now, Oakleaf it's only making you easier the way you build commands, so you don't have to manage an external library. You have only to manage like a normal text output.
so, and do you think that it will be possible, or I mean, possible? I'm sure it's possible, but do you think it will be feasible, or it will be a good idea that in the future we might merge, like, or we use both things? We use Oakleaf and Ink. Do you see some use cases this could be
I think
used
it
for?
could be merged some at some point. I think that the way that Ink manage the React components are so good. It's like if you're a front end developer and you just want to generate a CLI tool, it's so easy for them. But right now, I don't see um, any scenario that you need both of them.
Mhm. Okay, sounds good. Thanks. So, any questions? I'm sure you're having some questions right now. Maybe the question is like, what the hell are these people talking about, or where can I learn more, or I don't know, like, or maybe you're just being shy, or my connection is even worse than Lucas' connection, and I cannot receive your messages. And I'm trolling Lucas because he's behind behind the scenes, and he cannot defend himself. So yeah. No questions so far. Okay. So thanks, Jorge. We're gonna thanks a lot for your presentation, and we hope to see you around for a long time, of course. And yeah, let's keep chatting. So bye.
Bye.
In the meantime, we're gonna do another break for now, and we'll come back again, again with Lukasz Gornicki talking about what's next, contributor journey to become an AsyncAPI technical steering committee member. See you in a few minutes. All right, welcome back, folks. So I hope you enjoyed this break. Let me invite our next speaker, who is the well-known Lukasz Gornicki from Poland. Lukasz, do you mind introducing yourself?
Yes, I'm a nice person from Poland, small village, 70 kilometers from Krakow, and yeah, I'm here by accident.
Yeah, I can now everything explains, like, like about the connectivity, like in the middle of the forest or something.
Kind of.
You actually have a pretty cool forest near your home, so that's I actually want to come back there at some point.
Yes, please
And
do. We
Kavi,
have a lot of mosquitoes that I can share with you.
yeah, of course. I was thinking exactly about that. So Lukasz is going to be speaking about the contributor journey to becoming a AsyncAPI technical steering committee, the TSC member, right? So, you want to
Yeah.
add something?
Yeah, two things to add, pretty important. Because this talk is scheduled for 45 minutes, and the recording is like 45 minutes long. So there's not much time for questions. So please, I encourage you to ask questions throughout the entire presentation, because I'm here watching comments, and I will be able to answer them like directly in the comment section. Another thing is that please also, because I see that folks that help manage the questions and all the information about the event, they also paste links to a place in the schedule where you can provide feedback about the talk. So please use it, or just share feedback directly with me. Because this talk is a kind of intro to the work that we want to do about the contribution guide, like guidelines for people how to contribute to the project. And so far, I have this vision that we should be like with the product. We should have basically different user journeys, but not user journeys, but contributor journeys. And that's how we should organize contributing guide with all the information. So yeah, after the talk, share your feedback if that's the right way.
Awesome. So let's just play your talk, and as he said, drop your questions on the chat. See you in 45 minutes.
Hi folks, thanks for joining. Today you're going to learn how, as a regular AsyncAPI community member, you can become a technical steering committee member, and what's the journey ahead of you. So I'm Lukasz Gornicki. I'm a community guardian, so-called, and also AsyncAPI maintainer. And I was involved in the process of figuring out what and how to handle the way we work at AsyncAPI initiative. So that's why I can share with you a bit of details, but just take it into account that, like, if you don't want to discuss with me these topics later after the presentation in public, here are my contact points. So if you're feeling comfortable talking in private, please do. Like, we always prefer public discussions, but there might be situations where you prefer to keep it for yourself. So please feel free to use one of the contact points. So the plan for today is to, first of all, give you a highlight of why we actually have technical steering committee, that it comes from a open governance model that we have here. I'm going to also explain what are the typical paths that can lead you to become a technical steering committee member. And last but not least, I'm going to cover one of the most sophisticated, maybe that's not the best word, my personal favorite path to become a technical steering committee. Let's call it this way. So open governance, what is it? What's the history? So if you don't know it yet, I'd like to let you know that at the end of March this year, 2021, AsyncAPI Initiative joined Linux Foundation. We've heard from many different areas of the project, from big tech companies, that for a project like this, it's important that it reaches a neutral ground where the IP of the project is in the ownership of the foundation. And best way was to join Linux Foundation. And one of the points that we had to fulfill to join Linux Foundation was to implement, to provide in the project an open governance model that would assure that it's not a project that is controlled by a single person, but a group of people, like a community. So that's why we started finding, researching what could be the best solution for us. So we came up with some principles, and one of them, the main one, was that we didn't want to have a founding members. We wanted to avoid approach that we could see in other projects where you set up a governance model by getting a founding members. That helps you, of course, to get initial funding for the project, but in exchange, the funding companies also get a seat in the technical steering committees. We wanted to avoid it. We wanted to avoid it mainly because we wanted to make sure that individual contributors are equal to sponsored contributors. That if you don't have a company behind you that will bring in money to the table, you still can be the member of the technical steering committee. Now, we also made sure that we want to make decisions in a synchronous way. So if you don't have dedicated people from some company to come to the meetings where decisions are being made, your individual contributor, you don't have so much time to the project. So we wanted to make sure that the process where we make decisions is not tied to the meetings. So you don't have to come to the meeting to make a decision. Meeting is for the synchronous alignment on the topic, but for voting, you have time. Voting, discussions, decision-making is asynchronous. And last but not least, we made sure the technical steering committee list is large. We have a large group of people that can make decisions. So therefore, to become a technical steering committee member, in short, you just have to become a committer in one of the repositories owned by AsyncAPI Initiative. And one important thing to remember about technical steering committee is that we wanted to have a kind of balance of force, make sure that every single vote matters, which means that if you have technical steering committee members affiliated with the same company, you can have many, that's fine. But we wanted to make sure that one company cannot overwhelm other voters. So basically the number of technical steering committee members that are affiliated with the same company cannot exceed 1/4 of the total number of the members. As simple as that. Now, committer, I already used that word. And what's the difference with contributor? And let me try to explain it to you with some pictures, okay? So let me search for something. Not this one. That's definitely not how it looks like. I wish there are projects that have so many committers, but not really. And we're more helpful, I think. So this picture, that's not how committer and contributors work. This picture rather shows how the road construction looks like in Poland. So let's try to find different image. Okay, so this picture is much more accurate, but it's not 100% reflecting how it looks. Because committer and contributor, it's more collaborative. You have equal powers, equal knowledge, equal engagement, and more teamwork. let's say. So let's search further. Yeah, this one is perfect. So as a committer, you're in the driving seat of the repo, but alone, you're not gonna drive very far. You need a lot of contributors that will help. Some will be confused. Some will try to help, even though they don't think like they know what they're doing. But don't you worry. We accept here anyone. Like, it's better for us to onboard every single contributor than try to fix every single thing or implement every single thing on our own. So even though as a contributor, you're not driving the car, but we're super happy to get you inside next to us. Now, what does it mean to be technical steering committee? What do you have to do? First of all, regularly help the project. As simple as that. Like, if you contribute a lot and you become a committer and therefore technical steering committee member, it already means you're contributing. Just remember that you have to do it and continue doing it regularly. Be involved in voting and other initiatives driven by the project. Now, I think that it's important to explain now what is the difference between committer and maintainer, because these phrases are usually confused. So by definition, committer is a person that has rights to commit to the repo. So it's not 100% the same as a maintainer from the definition point of view. Maintainer does not necessarily have to commit to the repo. As a maintainer, you can help repo, you can review pull requests, you can review issues, you can promote the project, but still you don't have much opportunities to commit to the repo and therefore get into a committer seat. So at the moment, technical steering committee by definition enables committers in the project. We don't have yet path for people that are super much involved in AsyncAPI. They do not commit to a specific repo, but they help the entire initiative. That was hard. That is hard to measure, to identify, to have clear rules how that would work. So that's how we choose to work at the very beginning, to have a clear rule to scale the list of technical steering committee members. We are kind of sure and aware that it's not necessarily the most friendly approach to community, that long term we definitely have to find a path for people that help the project a lot but cannot commit to the project. So that's definitely something that we have to discuss long term and discuss to find a better way. Now at the moment we have 22 members in the technical steering committee. So as you know, we started the process in March. Basically it was end of March, so yeah, April this year. So we grew pretty fast. And the number is growing, so you're most than welcome. Decisions as a temporary solution, we choose to have them on Google Groups, because the most important was that voting and decisions making is transparent, and that was the easiest tool to use. At some point of time, and actually that's the best moment now with 22 members, is that we have to start thinking on some better solution, how to organize voting. But for now, that's how we did it. But yeah, I think the most important is, like, if you offer your help to the project, you commit to some repo, then you're also involved in voting, and you have to engage to understand what you have to vote on. what do you get in return? One of the most important things, I think, is the exposure. So on AsyncAPI website, we've got a publicly available list of all the technical steering committee members. So anybody who engage with the community will see your involvement. Now, when you are being registered as technical steering committee member, we collect some information, not just social accounts, so people can figure out who you are, but you can also mark if you're available for hire or not. That's because we love that we managed to set up an open governance model that respects individual contributors, but also it doesn't mean we want to exploit people for the free labor. So we encourage, and I think I mentioned it a few times already publicly, but let me make it super clear. We encourage any company that would like to be present in technical steering committee, that would like to have an employee that represents a company in technical steering committee, to hire those that are already there available for hire. Don't try to find someone on the market, hire them, train them, and spend months on investing in people to get them in AsyncAPI. There are already great people in the project that you should definitely hire. Now, as an individual contributor, individual member, you don't necessarily look for a job. Anand, for example, he is contributing in his spare time, but he already has a job and he's not looking for a new one. So what he gets in return, also some help. So for example, me, as member of the technical steering committee, I'm gonna help Anand to convince his employee to give him time that he could spend on the project, and therefore then present what company he's working for. I will take my time to go with Anand to meetings with his employer, explain how open source is important, why it's important that they should be in the project, and help negotiate like how much time they could get to work on the project. In exchange, why not? I mean, I can offer some time for some training about AsyncAPI, some presentation. And I bet if I'm gonna ask some other technical steering committee members to help out as well, they will be keen to help. So as an individual contributor that has employment, feel free to like connect with me and talk to me, like, and tell me like, I'm TSC member, I work for company XYZ, but I have to do my work after hours. Can you help? And be sure I will. And then if already TSC member works for some company and company is okay that person contributes during the work hours, then the company gets exposure. It's clear how many people are in the project and how much a given company invests in the project, how important it is for them. So I don't think that I have to explain that if company already has people in the project, they're pretty aware of how they can present it to the public, show that they're a good tech company investing in open source. But yeah, now let's talk about all the roads that lead to Rome, which means we're going to talk about how to get into TSC membership. So one of the paths that you can take is as a repository initiator. What it means? Let's take a look on like example. Michael Davis from Solus. Now he's a maintainer of few repos, but I will pick two as an example. Java Spring Cloud Stream template and Python Patho template. These repos were created in AsyncAPI organization on GitHub, but they were purely initiated by his work. He did like majority of it, wrote templates, code generators from scratch, basically. So he initiated projects. And therefore, if he initiated those and maintained those, automatically, he is a committer and therefore a technical steering committee member. Another example is Jorge. So Jorge joined project. In his spare time, he created a CLI for validating AsyncAPI documents. He joined our project. Then we started talking, and well, we already knew that we want to create CLI. So he started in the project from scratch, invested a lot of time into it, and therefore, like, he became a committer and a technical steering committee member. And last but not least, Maciej. AsyncAPI React was created from scratch by him and the team where he worked at SAP when it started. But it started here in AsyncAPI organization, and he did like majority of the work as a maintainer. And therefore, even though after joining Postman, he still maintains it, commits to it, and is a committer, which means he is a technical steering committee member. But there's a path that is also called repository donor. Yeah, we couldn't figure out the best name for it. So if you have better names, I'm all yours. So yeah, let's look on examples. Pavel, individual contributor. Aside of AsyncAPI organization in GitHub, he had his own project. That was, he was creating basically some tools for Java, and one of them was, for example, a plugin for IntelliJ. And he started getting community for the project, and many people started asking, like, would be nice if these projects would be published on IntelliJ marketplace through official AsyncAPI account, etc., etc. And we started discussing, and Pavel said, like, yeah, I mean, if I can put the project just in AsyncAPI or on GitHub, and then in exchange we can then publish official all his tools as official tools, then let's do it. So he basically donated the project, moved the project to AsyncAPI, but of course he is still a committer in the repo. He maintains the repo regularly, and therefore he is a technical steering committee member. Same case with Emiliano. During his spare time, he created a code generator for PHP. He came in and said, like, I can donate it to the organization. We didn't have any PHP code generators. So yeah, you're most welcome. Just come in. If you commit that whoever will jump into the project will report issues, you're gonna help, then yeah, come on in. You're a committer and therefore a technical steering committee member. Yeah, and my favorite path, repository contributor. So for example, Ludovic, several months ago, I don't even remember, like it was 7, I think. Ludovic came into the project, started contributing to HTML template, and then a lot to Avro schema parser. And we noticed that, like, he's one of the main feature providers to the project, and he knows it pretty well. He also uses Avro and AsyncAPI in production. So like, he presented pretty well that he adds a value to the project. He knows how it looks like. He uses it. Come on in as a committer, man. Now he's a committer and technical steering committee member. Anand, again, we had a code generator in the past, but the previous maintainer left. Anand came in, spent a lot of time trying to take over the old Go generator, then rewrote it from scratch entirely, spending a lot of hours on it. He presented a lot of knowledge about the generator, about the existing tools, the spec, and he wants to continue working on it. So yeah, you're a committer and a technical steering committee member. Jonas, yeah, he's a special kind. He contributes everywhere. But yeah, when he started, he obviously did not start with his own project. He started learning project by contributing to existing ones, to parser, to generator, spent a lot of hours improving existing tools. Then he initiated, of course, some projects that he cares about now, but his main path to TSC was through a contribution to existing projects. Last but not least, Dale, great contributor to the project, but as a committer, he showed that he has a lot of knowledge about Kafka and how it plays with AsyncAPI. He worked a lot on reviews in different areas of the project, and therefore he joined Ludovic to take care of the Avro schema parser. So basically, the contributor path that I'm just talking to you about is when you don't start something new, don't just bring in your project, but you help out driving the existing ones. There are different options for contribution. It's not only code. It can be just issue reports, bug descriptions. Even though you might think it's not good, yes, in open source, when you don't have much opportunities to use the tools, every single bug report is a blessing. Then, of course, documentation. Any ideas, like help in the issues. If we struggle with some solution, help out. Come in and propose something. Help us with review of pull requests. Help to promote the project, write a blog post. Come and help with designs, because we've got plenty of UI. Then, of course, maintain the project regularly. Talk about the project on conferences. Give some code. Provide some good examples. Answer questions in issues, because there are plenty. And triaging issues is hard, takes time. And last but not least, record videos, because visuals are also a very good way of sharing the knowledge about the project. These are, at the moment, most recommended and most noticeable ways people contribute to the project. And we use here for recognition a all contributor specification. And all those different options you can apply to already 58 repositories that we have in AsyncAPI Initiative organization. So there's a lot of good stuff. I'm pretty sure you can find something for you. So yeah, start contributing. And how to make first contribution. It's pretty easy. Let's see. So we pick an issue, right? You just go to one of the 58 repos, go into issues, pick one, then you start working on it locally and then create a pull request. Then you get it merged. But of course, you need to iterate through that process a few times to learn the project and demonstrate that you can become a committer, right? Then you're invited to join the code owner as a code owner. And the code owner, it's a technical term in GitHub. So there's a functionality that allows you to provide at the root of the project a file called code owners. And in this code owner file, you specify which parts of the project, or maybe entire project, you own as a committer. And then automatically you become a TSC member. I told you it's easy. But yeah, let's go much more into details, right? So yeah, how to pick an issue? Like, is it really that simple? You just go to 58 repos one by one, all the issues, I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's difficult. And I believe that picking this first issue is hell most difficult stuff you could face. So let me give you some tips how you can pick an issue. Yeah, that's the basic way. So you pick the repo. Like, let's say you're interested with writing in TypeScript and some particular technology, whatever. So you go to this repo that represents a given tool, and you start triaging issues, like go one by one, understand what they're about, and look for something that is interesting for you. Also depends why you come to the project to contribute. Do you just want to learn anything, or you have some specific mindset here? You can also join PRs to review those and learn like what parts of the project are involved in a given functionality, in a given bug fix, and this way you can identify in which parts of the project you'd like to engage. There's also a label called Good First Issue. We're not yet experts in using it. That's something that started a few months ago. So far we were using it only for Hacktoberfest. But now, we remember that how important it is to expose to community issues that are very well described and are easy enough to be first issues that they could engage with. So if you find some repo where GitHub label, because it's default GitHub label, Good First Issue is not used, there are other ways. So of course you can join our Slack. We have a dedicated channel where you can come in, say you want to contribute, and we're gonna tell you how and where. We're gonna ask you some questions, like if you want to contribute, what's your area that you'd like to contribute your knowledge? Is it like more documentation, or is it like pure coding? Like, is it only Java or something different? If you don't have time and enough, basically enough time to go through all the repos and find stuff on your own, don't worry, we're gonna help you out. Now, we also have a contributor first live streams. So it's a meeting that is broadcasted to all our social media. It's live. You can join in the chat. You can join also live to the current host and ask questions about a specific project, how to contribute. And we're gonna definitely help you out there. Now, one of the best ways to contribute code, to start contributing to a specific project, is to first start bringing in new missing tests to the project. So in some of the projects, we already regularly check the missing tests in the project. So basically the test coverage. So you should definitely try to see if this test coverage is visible in the README. If not, then just on your own check how tests look in the given project, and if what parts of the code are not covered, and please add those tests. That's the best way to learn the code base, through writing tests. And there's also a Sonar cloud used in this project. So all the repositories are scanned for some basic issues in the code that you basically don't see as a human. We run it on PR level to figure out issues, but there might be situations that even after figuring out all the issues on the PR level, even after merging, Sonar Cloud does another scan and figures out there are some more issues. So definitely, please go into Sonar Cloud and check if given repo that you're interested with has some issues that you could fix. Now, once you identify the issue, time is to open up a pull request, right? But yeah, first things first. First, once you fork your repo, because we all work on forks, even committers. you have to configure your fork. Because if you aim to become a technical steering committee member, I already told you, it's not going to be just one contribution. You need to learn a given project. So you have to properly configure your fork. So work is not such a pain. So you basically need to make your fork work like a upstream repo. That's pretty easy to handle. So later I'm going to talk about it when I'm going to talk to you about links that I want to share with you. Now, work on the project locally. Please make sure that everything works. Run tests locally as well. And then, yeah, once you open a PR, it's pretty important that you get your PR title right. We use here a conventional commit specification that will allows us to have automated releases. So here you have an example on the screen. Conventional commits basically means that title of PRs and therefore the commit messages, because we use PR titles as commit messages when we squash and merge PRs, they have a prefix. So you can clearly see that, for example, the first from the bottom was a feed merge, which means feed from the specification point of view that we released it, like released a package as a feature, which is a minor feature because there's no exclamation mark, so it wasn't a major. Now, docs, hor, these are to explain that it's like something related purely to documentation or something more, but it's not triggering the release. So you have to take care of proper PR title. And as you can see here, if titles are nice and well descriptive, it's pretty useful, I think, when you take a look on the history. Now, every PR is tested, but there are many other checks that run on the PR. Please always make sure that all of them are green. Like, for example, tests, that they're not failing. Because that will speed up things. If you make sure on your own that they're green, you don't have to involve committer to do it and his time to do it. So always please take it on you. Make sure that everything is green and put the work on the committer only when a check that is red, you have no idea how to fix. Now, there are drafts and official PRs, right? So technically, GitHub allows you to create a draft PR. And draft PR is something that technically we configured to ignore, for example, for tests. So if you create a pull request and you mark it as draft, we encourage you to do it. But do it only if you're basically not yet ready to give it for the review, because we're gonna ignore draft PRs. We're not gonna look at it. We don't get any alerts that there's a new PR if it's draft, and it's not automatically tested. So please don't expect us to jump into a given PR. But of course, if you're gonna ping us to have a look, we're gonna do it. Now, yeah, get it merged. But how? We get alerts. We have Slack channel dedicated. We look at it whenever there's a new pull request opened. So we're gonna have a look and we should notice that you opened a new PR. But sometimes you need to ping us. Like Sergio, for example. You can't always wait forever. So if you see after a few days that nobody interacted with your PR, especially that the tests are not running, because GitHub now blocks automated run of PRs if it's your first contribution, and the CI doesn't run because of crypto world and the wrong usage of CIs by people that want to get some crypto. So GitHub does not run CI checks if you are first-time contributor. So if you see that nobody triggered them, no committer triggered your tests, or basically nobody comments on your PR for a few days. No bad intentions here. We just have a lot of work, so please just ping us for help. Now, I told you about code owners already, that we have for a given repo people described in the code owners file who's responsible for what in the project. And this person will be called by GitHub by default to review your pull request. The thing is just that we did not manage yet to roll out code owners to all the repos. So please have a look on the reviewers. If no reviewer is assigned, then it means nobody yet was pinged, and it might take longer for someone to notice your PR. So if you find a repo where there are no code owners, please contribute them, like start discussion in the repo, ping us that there's no such file, ask who should be in the file, and open a pull request. Just help us out, please. Now, make sure all PRs checks are green. Again, I emphasize on it, but please, this will speed up things. Otherwise, it really slows down. Because if I, for example, go to a PR, something is red. So I was already kind of ready to review your PR, but tests were failing. I'm just going to ping you like fix tests. And again, we'll jump to some other duties. And it will take time again until I will come back to your PR. So just for your sake, like for the speed of the PR, if you want to get it merged fast, please make sure that the quality of the PR is good. And then you have to iterate. I already mentioned, like, one PR will not make you an expert in the project. If you want to learn the project well, you will have to iterate a few times. Pick some easy tasks at the beginning, then some bug fixes, and then once you're sure about everything, pick up some existing issues about new features, have discussion, accept solution, and create PR. And then join as code owner. Now, don't worry, committers will notice you. If you're committer in the repo, you see pull requests, who you interact with, you're gonna see that there's a single committer regularly pushing code, and automatically committer will know when is the right moment to trust that given person knows the project and looks like want to regularly help. So you will be most probably invited by the committer. But we're all humans. We might overlook something. We might just be too busy. So if you know already that you've put a lot of love in the project, or you did some PRs, but you're not sure if that's the right moment, open up an issue. Just openly talk to us. No offense will be taken. It's actually going to be understood as a good signal about you. Open an issue, demonstrate in the issue, list all the PRs that you completed, everything you know about the project. And once you do it, the committer will tell you if that's the right moment to join as committer, or will just give you an advice like, okay, like please maybe do one more feature so we know if all is good. And then become a TSC member. There's a spot waiting for you. So yeah, there's a bunch of links that I did not have in the main presentation that you definitely have to look at as a candidate for technical steering committee. First link is a charter that we officially signed with Linux Foundation that describes the open governance model. It's super boring because it's in legal language, but you still have to read it. Or trust us that we explain it well to you. Now, the next link is the Google group where the decisions are being taken. Another link is a place for discussions about ideas. So if you want to take the path of a project initiator, first discuss it with the community, like what idea you have, and if community is like thrilled with your idea and would like to see it in the AsyncAPI organization. If we're gonna see that community is like super happy, like come on in, we're gonna create a repo for you and run it, man. Now, next link is a slide deck. So it's a template for all the presentations that you can do about AsyncAPI with AsyncAPI brand. So this slide deck that you can see with my presentation was created basing on this default slide deck. So definitely, if you want to make it easier for you to preach about AsyncAPI, please take it. The link to community repo labels /meeting is a link to a place where you're going to learn about all the meetings that are in the initiative, like happening at the moment in a week or in 2 weeks. And among them, you're going to see those contributor first meetings. So if you want to join them and talk live with me and other committers, feel free to just jump in the comments. Let us know what you'd like to hear about in a given live stream, and yeah, engage with us. And last but not least is the link to Sonar Cloud. So I already told you we scan projects, so yeah, go to Sonar Cloud. There's a list of all the projects that we scan, all the issues. Don't look at conference website repo and the amount of issues that's there. The same with Playground. Yeah, long story. I'm super open to tell you more about it. Now, more links. Git workflow. There's an instruction how you should configure your fork. I highly recommend you don't try to find a different solution. Use ours because it already proved be good. Now, you want to read more about conventional commits, like the prefixes in the commit messages. That's another link. Then if you want to recognize contributions in your projects the same way we do, we use all contributors. So read more about the spec with the next link. The TSC members list, there are 2 links. The first one, TSC members JSON, it's a technical file where we keep the names and all the references, but we nicely render, display it on the website under the last link. So pretty much a lot, but it's worth it, right? So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to bore you about contributing to AsyncAPI. But yeah, I really count on you that I did not scare you. I actually encouraged you to join AsyncAPI Technical Steering Committee member. Take those challenges path. See you in the group of TSC members.
All right, let's invite Lukasz into stage. So great presentation, Lukasz. I know that you said that we don't have much time for questions, but we do have some time, right? Like we have 14 minutes until next presentation from Alejandra. So maybe we can dedicate 5 minutes to questions and then we'll leave the rest of the 10 minutes for a break, right? So if anyone got questions, now it's the right time to ask. I just want, in the meantime, while we wait, just wanted to highlight something from your presentation, and it's how thorough and well done presentation it is, like on how to contribute. So congrats, you made a great presentation that I think it should be added to all the documents that we have on how to contribute. This presentation, I think, should be there, right? And it explains really well the different paths, right? So yeah, thanks a lot for explaining that.
Thank you. So I have to admit,
your sound is much better now.
Thank you. And yeah, so first of all, sorry for low sound. No excuse. But yeah, regarding the presentation itself and its quality, I have to admit it's not just my work. So the interesting fact about this presentation is that in October, when we started doing the contributor first live streams, and the first live streams where people were not that much yet engaged, and we didn't have a specific questions to talk about. I was actually using the live stream to brainstorm with folks in the live stream how I was creating the mind map and all the details that should go there. So I think it covers pretty much a lot, mainly thanks to these discussions with people and collaborative work. So yeah, thank you to all of you who engaged with me.
That's cool. Any questions? Any comments on his talk? On how he managed to change his T-shirt so fast? Magic. It's magic, right? We don't have further questions, I guess, or we have a huge delay. Let's wait for the delay on the different platforms. Next talk is going to be how to contribute to AsyncAPI dev docs by Alejandra Quetzalli. And yeah, I think it's time, since we don't have questions, it's time that we have a break, right? And we'll come back in about 10 minutes. See ya. Bye-bye. All right. Welcome back once again. Next talk is Alejandra Quetzalli about how to contribute to AsyncAPI Dev docs. We'll have Alejandra answering some questions after the talk, but remember that you can drop any questions during the talk as well. So we have Alejandra right now joining us. Maybe we can invite her to stage just to introduce herself. Hey, yeah. Hola, Alejandra. Welcome. So you might want to introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Alejandra Quetzalli. I don't know if you can see her, but this is Canela, my service dog. And we both work for the AsyncAPI initiative and helping out with the docs and learning educational materials. And so I'm excited to be here. And as you know, my talk is going to be about how anyone in the community can join and contribute to the docs. And it doesn't have to be just a technical contribution of new docs. There's a lot of refactoring and simple tasks that anyone can do. So stay tuned.
Awesome, Alejandra. So without further waiting here, I will just play your talk and then we can chat again after this. Okay. See you in a while. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alejandra, and a lot of you know me online as Alejandra Quetzalli. I'm here today at the AsyncAPI Conference, and I'm super excited to be here with you all today. So thank you for having me, and thank you for your time. So you've lasted a whole day of the first very day here at the conference of the Contributor Summit. And my talk got scheduled to the end of the day. So if you're still watching, kudos to you. I'm glad you're still awake. And I'm going to do my very best to make this presentation fun and interesting and educative and useful for all of you watching, of course. So I do have a PowerPoint deck to show you all, and we're going to talk about how to contribute to AsyncAPI developer documentation. Some of you have probably already visited our docs, and that's awesome if you have. If you haven't, if you've never even visited our documentation, don't worry about it. There's plenty of time to do that. If you've already visited and you think, hey, you know what? I am here today at your talk, Alejandra, because today I want to get started as a contributor. I want to start contributing to all of the docs. Well, if that's why you came today, I'm excited. I'm so happy you're here and I'm ready for you. So let's go ahead and get started and tell you a little bit more about who I am, what the documentation looks like today for AsyncAPI, and we're just going to get right to it. All right, let's get started. All right, cool. So the first thing I need to do is actually screen share. So let's go ahead and get started on that. And as we just mentioned, today we're talking about how to contribute to AsyncAPI docs. And I wanted you to enjoy our beautiful little logo there. I know, I like the animation. Let's go ahead on to the next slide. All right, cool. So you may or may not have noticed and seen this picture of me before on social media. It's a favorite of mine because it has my service dog with me, Canela. And so she's actually really happy in real life, just like you see in that picture. Anyway, so what do I do? Why am I here, right? So I joined AsyncAPI here a very short time ago. I'm so excited to be working as an open source contributor with all of you other amazing people. And what I joined to do was to work on the docs and learning educational materials. So we have some tutorials right now, but we have so much more content that we really need to add. There's so much stuff that still needs to be taught in our documentation. So I'm here hopefully to do my very best in improving our docs, getting you all involved and giving me feedback, giving me your thoughts, your perspective, your ideas, your complaints, your questions, bring it all. And today, let's just think about how we can bring your creativity and all of your amazing ideas to help improve specifically our documentation. So I'm going to go ahead and get started, but take a screenshot here if you want to throw me a question and GitHub directly. That's my handle. You can ask me any questions. If you want to spin up a pull request and you're adding some docs, maybe you're adding a README for documentation, grab my GitHub handle and tag me into your pull request, and I will be there ready to help you out with your open source contribution for the docs. If you have any other questions that you want to send my way, my DMs, are always open on Twitter and on LinkedIn, so you can send me any questions you got. And if I don't know the answer to something, which I probably may not know because I don't know everything and I'm new to the team, I can find someone that knows the answer, or I can help you get started on our Slack channel asking questions and help find someone that can help you out. So, all right. So first of all, in case you didn't know, I do want to let you know this exciting news that actually earlier this very same year, the AsyncAPI initiative was actually moved under the Linux Foundation, which is super exciting because this can help maintain and guarantee the neutrality of the initiative, which is completely important in open source, correct? So thank you, Linux Foundation, and it's really exciting. This is like a new area of growth, a new stage, right? So in this talk for today, I'm not actually going to do a deep dive on the spec of our API itself, because I know that a lot of the earlier talks we had today in our Contributor Summits track already covered that. And we have other talks and a panel later where we're going to talk about what's coming up in the future and what spec changes can we expect to see for the next version of 3.00. And Fran, our director and the founder of this spec, is actually going to be in a breakout panel session for that. So keep your eyes peeled for that. And so because I already knew that we had a lot of other sessions that were covering introduction to the async API spec and how to start your first async API file and how to build your document with async API, I didn't want to focus on that for today. So for today, in this talk, we're going to either assume that you already have a basic high-level introduction to the spec or more or less what the initiative does, or I will definitely be happy to answer any questions later on if you think that I missed something. Now, what I will mention today, though, in our talk is that the Async API initiative is trying to make working and creating with event-driven architecture as simple, right? But as easy as we work today with, for example, HTTP APIs. HTTP REST. We want it to be as simple as that. And the thing is, when we're working with event-driven architecture, there's a lot of different kinds of configurations that you might use. For example, there are a lot of different kinds of protocol information that is allowed. There are different options when you're using Async API. For example, as you see here in my slide, Kafka, WebSocket, MQTT, AmpQP, really there's all kinds of protocols. And if you've never worked with a broker or you don't really know the difference between a broker and a server or their similarities, don't feel bad. Feel free to throw me a question later on and we'll be happy to get back to you. But the good news is that we don't really need to get into that today to still be able to continue and teach you how to contribute to the docs. But I did want to just kind of like throw out there that because of the fact that with this spec, there are so many different kinds of options and how you can configure your protocol, as you can imagine, that also means that there's going to be many kinds of tutorials and many kinds of options and scenarios to document, right? WebSocket, for example, that you see on the slide today, we've been having a lot of people in our community recently ask us more questions about how to use our spec with WebSocket, and they've asked for a tutorial. And we don't currently have a WebSocket tutorial, although it's, in the roadmap. We might write it ourselves, or maybe that'll be something that you help contribute with us. who knows? I'm welcome to any of the above. But I'm just kind of throwing out there that we are really, in a way, at the beginning stages of this initiative. This initiative is only about 2 years old. And in such a young initiative, as you can imagine, even the docs are still at an early stage. There's so much information, so many different kinds of things we need to document. So let's go ahead and move on. And I kind of wanted to tell you a little bit about how the initiative has been growing. How are people communicating with us? How big is our community? And what are things that we're looking to change? So for example, currently, as of 2021, when we checked the stats for today, we were, as you can see, at some pretty big stats for the website, which we're really excited about. 100,557. That's really exciting. We have 150 plus contributors in GitHub to date, and we have a lot of different repositories because we have a lot of different tools that we're working on. It's not just the spec. So when I mentioned the fact that we have about 150 plus contributors, this could be all across. It could be for the spec, it could be for the tools, it could be for documents, talks, what have you. It's just overall in general, the number of contributors that we've had for AsyncAPI initiative. And as I've been saying, if you want to throw me some questions, we do have a Slack channel. So we currently have 1,500 plus folks in our Slack channel. We have a whole bunch of individualized Slack channels for different kinds of questions or different feedback or things that the community might need from us. So if you have questions from this presentation, now you know that you should join us in Slack as well. You probably noticed that this slide is in Spanish, at least half of it, and that's because I've actually been giving some talks and for some folks from Latin America, and so I think I might have left this slide in Spanish, which is pretty hilarious, but basically just means the first line is how many unique visitors we've had to our website, the second line is contributors to GitHub, and the third line is users in Slack. All right, cool. Now, the other thing that I really wanted to talk to you guys about is that we also have public meetings in which we talk about how to contribute, and we also have individual meetings for folks who are just interested in this initiative and want to keep up to date with the latest changes and what have we been building for the last month, what are we working on for the next couple of weeks, what's in our roadmap, how far ahead we are in our roadmap, all those kind of things we talk about in our public meetings. And in fact, you can join those public meetings. They are absolutely open to the public, and I'll show you at the end of the talk all the different social media links and things that you'll need to join us so that you can add our calendar and our meetings to your calendar, and you're welcome to join whenever you want. We have currently a model of governance that is an open governance, because we believe strongly in transparency and in openness. So if you'd like to hear more about that, our website has a whole section where it describes more about the model of governance that we chose. We also have a blog post on that, but I don't want to get too distracted from today's main conversation, which is just contributing to the docs, but our documentation are a part of the initiative. And if you have questions that you want to bring up about the documentation in our public meetings, please do that. We'd love to hear your questions. If you have questions about how to improve transparency and openness in our documentation or any questions about that, please don't be shy, send them our way. All right, so what's our agenda? We have some cool stuff that we're going to talk about. I want to show you the current state of our documentation. I want to show you kind of how we work on having documentation also in READMEs in individual repos. I'm going to show you how our READMEs and our docs look in there as well, not just our website for the docs. Then I want to walk you through this amazing methodology that has completely changed my life. And this is the diastasis method. And it basically teaches you how to divide your engineering documentation content into more or less usually 4 to 5 top agnostic content buckets. Now, we don't want you to feel limited. You know, it doesn't have to be 4 buckets only, but once we get to that section and I explain to you how this methodology works and how we are going to apply it to our AsyncAPI docs, I think you'll understand where we're going and how you can help contribute with this new idea that we're bringing forward to our information architecture of the site. Now, we also want to tell you about community feedback, because feedback isn't just about the spec or the tools. We also want feedback about the docs. So I'm looking forward to you, the community, to send us that feedback. I'm going to tell you about contributions. How do you get started as a contributor, right? That's the whole point of today's talk, how to get started as a contributor for the docs. And we will cover that. And I'll also show you how you can find our contribution guide, because of course, every open source project has a different way in which they like to handle that. So I'm just going to go ahead and show you where you can find that one for our project. All right, so current state of the docs. Where are we at today? Well, if you go to our website and you go to our navigation and you click on the learning, the drop down is going to show you currently 4 sections, and you can see them right here: getting started, tutorials, AsyncAPI specification, and then we have this coming soon section for use cases. So there's a lot of things there that I actually want to change. And one of the main things is even just the fact that it says learning in the navigation. So I think that we need specifically something that says docs, right? That is really the best practice to let people know where the docs are. Just label your navigation item docs. So we're going to be changing that to where learning will instead read to docs. And then when you look at the drop down, instead of showing those current options that you see, we will instead be showing you the new content buckets that we will be restructuring our documentation into. And we'll get into that more in just 1 second. Now, I want to go ahead and move on to the next section of the docs. Like when you click from getting started in the navigation to one of those sections, as far as the user experience is concerned, it takes you directly to what you're looking at right here on the screen. The URL changes from asyncapi.com/docs/ in this case, getting started. And then it doesn't really have a homepage introduction or a landing page or just a homepage to the doc site. That just doesn't exist currently, right? It just takes you, boom, straight into the introduction, and ready or not, here we go, right? So we want to change that up a bit, because a proper doc site should have a homepage that explains to you what you can expect to find in this documentation site, and it should show you the main content buckets that we will be targeting, so that you can then kind of figure out what your learning path is or where you need to go from there. That's definitely a much better user experience, and it'll be better to navigate for people that are new to this API spec and don't really know where to get started. Now, the other thing I want you to notice is I want you to see how in the right hand navigation, it says on this page, and we have one header, and it's showing select your next chapter. So the other thing you're going to be looking at is improved headers and more detailed content, so that when you're looking at a particular documentation page and you go and look to the right, and the navigation items on the right should make sense and should be able to show you what that doc page covers. And we want to have improved headers, which will then of course make an improved navigation, because the headers are what feed into the right hand navigation. Now let's go ahead and move along, and this is actually a screenshot from the the framework that I've been mentioning earlier, the Ataxis. And this is the methodology that we're going to be applying to our docs. And this is a new way that we are going to think about content buckets. And I want you to think about this as agnostic as you can. And I know that that's going to be hard. I know, but for today, that's what we got to do. Okay, so according to this methodology, at a high level, for the most part, all engineering documentation can be reclassified under 4 main content buckets. So for example, here we're looking at tutorials, how-to guides, reference, and explanation, or some people call it concepts or something similar. What do each one of those cover? What are they for? Reference is going to be things such as your CLI, or your API spec and your individual API endpoints. If your product has a CLI, you're going to document how your CLI works under reference. Now, explanation or concepts. So that's going to be something more along the lines of, it's really more words, engineering diagrams, and lesser code snippets or tutorials. So this is more to explain to your audience specific terms, specific spec details, and perhaps new features of your product. If it's a product, you have a lot of features and terms to introduce to your audience. In this case, with AsyncAPI, perhaps we need an entire documentation page that is an explanation of the concept broker. We saw earlier that we have a lot of protocols that we can use to configure our AsyncAPI file. Well, perhaps we don't want to assume what our general audience does or doesn't know. We don't want to assume how much you do or don't know about what a protocol is or what a broker is. So we would be adding additional concept pages that explain to you what those terms are. And then you would also be looking at extra engineering diagrams, because these engineering diagrams are so priceless in documentation, because a lot of us are visual learners, and it isn't until we see that diagram, that picture, that cartoon, what have you, that makes it click for us. So it's vital that we explain concepts in our product or API, whatever it is that we're writing about, but we're also must absolutely add engineering diagrams that'll help with the educational component. Now, I know you're probably wondering at this point, what's the difference between a tutorial and a how-to guide? I mean, it sounds pretty similar. I don't get it. Don't worry. That's actually a very common question I receive, and I'm happy to tell you more about it. So when you see a tutorial, I want you to more think about a beginner task that somebody needs to do when they're first getting acquainted with your product or your API, or your platform, whatever it is that you're documenting. And it doesn't mean that this is for a beginner audience. That's not at all what this is about. It's not about how advanced you are or not as a technical person. This is about, hey, I've never used this platform before, so teach me the basics of your platform to get started. As you can see, that has nothing to do with being a technical or non-technical person. That's just tutorials are learning oriented to get you started on the first typical things you're going to do in this new product or technology that you're documenting. However, a how-to guide is for documenting more specific, detailed use cases or troubleshooting guides. What do I mean by this? Well, let's say, for example, that you're onboarding someone to a new database. If this is a completely new customer and they're new to your database and perhaps new to databases as well, this is really going to be more of a tutorial scenario. So it would really be more like, hey, I'm going to write you a tutorial for how to create your first MongoDB database. Now, let's imagine, however, that you are currently a user that has, I don't know, perhaps a local side project, and in your project, you've been using Mongo for your database. Well, maybe tomorrow you decide that you don't want to use Mongo anymore, and suddenly you've decided to change your whole project and change your database. And so you're going to be migrating all your data from your original Mongo database to your new database provider, whichever one that might be. So at that point, this is beyond a tutorial. This is a specific how-to troubleshooting guide of, you know, that migrating data from one database to another is going to involve a much more detailed use case, and in fact, probably some troubleshooting steps that you will want to alert your customer to. So as you can see, this is far beyond the scope of a tutorial. This is absolutely a how-to guide. So hopefully that kind of gives you a better idea of the difference between tutorial versus how-to guide and how to use those two content buckets more effectively. So if we go back and I show you a quick screenshot of our current content buckets here, you can remember perhaps that we have the content buckets so far of getting started. Then you can see there tutorials, specification, and community. And then under community, it says tooling. That's a little bit weird. I don't really think that we need a bucket that says community in the docs, unless it's actually because we have a whole section dedicated to showing how to do community contributions, for example. But in this case, all that content section leads you to is a huge list of different tools that the community has contributed for AsyncAPI. So in this scenario, we won't really be needing a content bucket named community, right? That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Getting started, there are a lot of docs that like having a section called getting started. It's not about limiting yourself, you know, nobody's saying that you have to limit yourself to only 4 content bucket ideas because of that framework that we've just been discussing so far. You can definitely do it your way and adapt the methodology to you and your product or your technology. In our case, what we're going to do is we decided that we needed a conceptual explanation section with more engineering diagrams where we deep dive into what all of these terms in our spec mean, but we still will maintain the bucket of tutorials. We're going to be adding now a how-to, which, as you can imagine, based on our earlier explanation, how-to will be for more specific use cases and troubleshooting guides. We're going to have reference, of course, because we have an API. So we need to document our spec and anything API related under that reference section. But as you can see, we're actually proposing 5 content buckets instead of 4. So the more we saw the content and our particular use case, we felt strongly that because our open source project has so many tools, we really did actually need another section that was dedicated to documenting just the different tools that we have and how each one works. So in our case, it made sense to adapt that methodology to have 5 content buckets. And now you can see that eventually, as I work with any of you amazing fellow contributors, we are going to be restructuring the information architecture of our doc site into these 5 new sections, and new content will be going on subsections underneath those main content buckets. All right, cool. Now I want to talk about the contribution guide. And so let's go ahead and show you some of that. All right, cool. So let's go first to AsyncAPI. And I want to take us to the main homepage of our docs. All right, so if you go to github.com/AsyncAPI, here's our initiative. I created this README and I feel very proud because it's, you know, quite beautiful, as you can see. So I recommend you go here first if you want to get started with us. I mentioned to you earlier that we have a lot of public meetings and that you can join those meetings to learn more about where we're at the roadmap. And also you can throw your questions about how to contribute to any area you wish. In this case, I hope docs. So what I would recommend is if you want to get started and working with me on this, you want to go ahead and join our Slack workspace. And once you join our Slack workspace, you can send me any questions you want about a specific contribution, for example. I also really recommend that you join those public meetings. And so here's the link to those Zoom meetings, and you can add, you know, your calendars and join our mailing list. We have a newsletter, lots of cool stuff. Here are our contributing guidelines, which I mentioned we wanted to talk about. So I mentioned that we wanted to talk about our contribution guide. So as far as the specification contribution guide, here are the specifics if you want to contribute, for example, to the spec. So if you wanted to propose some change to the spec, this is the main contribution guide that'll detail how to do that for you. If you're wondering more about how to contribute individually to the docs, excuse me, the pause there, I was trying to find the link, then I want you here in the README to actually scroll down here to contribute to AsyncAPI. And then right over here, it says you should also check out our contribution guide. So you click that, and that's what's going to open right over here. And so this is the document that we just opened. The first one was how to contribute to the actual spec. But if you want to contribute to the tools, there's also this other one. So let's go ahead and click on this one. And even though we're not talking about contributing to the tools, this workflow of the contribution flow actually applies to documentation. So this is the next thing I wanted to show you. So when you're contributing to AsyncAPI, we have basically the following contribution flow that we request that you respect and follow as well. So first of all, if you want to do something for the docs, let's say you realize that you're dying to help contribute a WebSocket tutorial. So the first thing you got to do is you open an issue. Where? Well, actually, I'm going to show you here in AsyncAPI. In our case, if we're talking about the docs are actually in the website repo. So what you want to do is, if you wanted to contribute to the docs, the first thing you got to do is open an issue, right? So you go here to the website repo, and then you go to our issues right over there, and you see here the button, you create a new issue. If you're doing something for the docs, in this case, it would be feature request. Although we are currently working on a template issue that will be specifically for docs. So I'm going to be soon after the conference actually having here, hopefully, a template new issue just for the docs, and then you can just use that one to get started. But until we get that out there, for now, you can use feature request. And so you open that new issue. And after you've opened a new issue and you detail, hey, I want to propose that we add a new tutorial for how to use AsyncAPI and WebSocket protocol. Maybe you already have an idea of how to get the tutorial started. If that's the case, go ahead and move on to the next step, which is after that issue has been approved, then go ahead and open a pull request with your work, with your proposal, with your contribution. Tag me in that documentation pull request with my GitHub handle and say, hey, Ale, here's my pull request. Can you take a look at this tutorial? Let me know what you think. And then, of course, I will add any other folks that we need to add to the documentation pull requests. But for now, all you really need to worry about is adding me, since I'm the main owner and I can get everything else started. So after your issue and pull requests have been approved and everybody says, wow, your contribution looks good to go, we are ready to merge this, then the next thing that will happen is that your changes will be merged by us, the main contributor team, and then they'll be published on the next release. Now, in the case of the documentation, once we merge a pull request for docs, it actually is automatically pushed live. So in your case, you'll get to see your contribution live probably much sooner than other sorts of contributions. So that's exciting. Of course, we have a code of conduct which applies to working and contributing. So we really do request that you're respectful and read the full text of the code of conduct so that you can be nice and pleasant to work with. All right, cool. So we talked about our contribution guide and how to get those links and information to get started. I also want to tell you about community feedback, because community feedback is absolutely priceless. So here's the thing. There's all kinds of ways in which you can give us community feedback. As I said here, if you were to join one of these channels, you can leave us feedback in Slack. You can give us feedback in our Zoom meetings of all the public meetings that we have with our contributors. You can send us a message, what have you. But you can also send us information via an email if you really wanted to. If we go to our website, there's a contact form section. Let's find that as well. No, not a contact form section. Here we go. GitHub organization. So the other thing that I wanted to show you was how to leave or start a discussion. So we have GitHub community discussions so that you can leave us direct feedback via a discussion as well. You can start a whole discussion thread and get more attention to help prioritize something that you would like to propose to be contributed or to be done. So if you want to do that, then you're going to want to go to our community repo. So our community repo is where we actually have been hosting discussions publicly. So you just go to AsyncAPI, community repo, discussions, and then here you see that we had actually some discussions going on for the recent hackathon that just happened in October and our upcoming conference that was happening right now, which is why you're watching this talk. And then I opened a section for discussing things or questions related to docs. If you want to open another discussion thread about documentation, please go ahead. If you have more questions, we have all these other options, general ideas, question and answers. So there's all kinds of ways in which you can give us your community feedback. Oh yes, this is a screenshot of the of this. I started bring your AsyncAPI docs contributor questions. So I started this discussion thread, which I just mentioned. So after this talk, if you want to continue this discussion that we started today, please go ahead to this main discussion, discussion number 90 in our community repo, and then just go ahead and throw your questions and join the thread. That would be amazing. I would love it. Okay, community contributions. So we already saw our contributor guidelines. We already learned about the contribution workflow and how that works. But now you're probably wondering, okay, so you told me, Alejandra, what are some changes that are coming to the docs? You told me that we can tag you in pull requests, but I'm still not sure where to begin. How can I start contributing to the docs, Alejandra? I know that you told me to create an issue, but what else can I do? So don't you worry. Another thing that I actually wanted to show you was, I'm going to go back to our main organization in GitHub, and then I'm going to go to projects. And if we go here to AsyncAPI docs, we have a board here. So I created this board, of course, public board. And this is the board where we're keeping track of more or less most of the work done for the docs. If you create an issue, then you can go ahead and add labels of docs or documentation enhancement. And then by doing that and tagging me in your issue, we'll go ahead and add that card to either changes coming or in progress, community pull requests under review or done, what have you. So if you're yourself are looking at, hey, where do I get started? How do I contribute, Alejandra? I feel kind of shy. No worries. You can look at some of the upcoming changes and things that we want to bring on board and maybe get an idea from that. Now, right now, we did mention that one of the biggest changes is this redesign of the information architecture. We're talking about changing the main content buckets for our AsyncAPI docs. So if you have an interest in helping us in this move, what we're looking at doing is possibly the following. What we'll most likely do is I'll probably just create a Google spreadsheet that has a list of all the tasks needed to reformat and move all of our docs over to these new content buckets. And then I can share that spreadsheet publicly with you folks. And then you just look at that spreadsheet, you take a look at the list of GitHub issue tasks, and you just tell me, hey, I can pick this one up. And then that's how you start contributing. And that's how you can help us actually in making these changes to the docs. The other thing I wanted to tell you guys about is, and I'm going to head over here right about now, is you're going to see that we don't just have these docs here in their main site, but I did also mention earlier that we have here individual readmes and documentation, as you can see, even inside of our repos for our tools and the spec. So another way to contribute to the docs is not just by writing documentation, as you could imagine, but we're actually going to need a lot of help doing refactoring work. And refactoring isn't really necessarily rewriting or editing. We're talking about moving things over. So for example, I mentioned to you that one of our new content buckets is going to be for documenting our tools that we have. Now, in this case, Modelina that you see here is one of our tools. And I wanted to show you an example of the work that needs to be done and moved over to the actual documentation site. So we go here to Modelina, and Modelina main README shows you how to get started. And then there's a documentation section, right? So it says all the documentation for this library, this SDK, can be found under our main documentation README. We click on that README, and it's actually this one right here. And we see that Modelina has a whole library just for docs. So here's all the documentation for this particular SDK tool. And the docs, I forgot the word in English, this directory. The docs directory shows you a README that details what is inside of the documentation of this repo. So currently, all of this documentation for this tool Modelina is only inside of this repo. So some of the contribution work that we'll be needing as well is the refactoring of copy, pasting, and moving content that currently only lives in repos into our new docs site. And so that's great news, because if you are newer and maybe you're a budding technical writer, or you're new to contributing to open source, and there's always those people that are still a little bit newer, a little bit shyer, and a big issue would terrorize them. They might feel that that's not something that they are capable of doing. But something as simple as copying and pasting as we refactor things and move and copy docs that we have in repos also to our doc site, that's something that any beginner can do. You don't have to be afraid about, breaking changes or anything. We're here to help you. And so this is another great task that I'm going to be adding to that spreadsheet of all the tasks related to this huge information architecture change to our docs. So that's another great task. We're going to be moving over a lot of docs that currently only live in READMEs to our main documentation site. And, we're going to need you for that as well. Now, this is a framework that I've been talking about to you that we're using to inspire us. It's the Ataxis, as you see right here, .fr. And here's that picture that we saw earlier. But more importantly, if you're curious about who has adopted this framework for their engineering documentation, I would recommend you checking these guys out. You go over here and you can see a list of all the different projects right now that have been using this framework. I can give you an example right here, actually. So for example, we go here to, I'm going to show you Gatsby. So Gatsby is actually another one that completely restructured all of their content buckets under this new methodology. And you're gonna start to notice that maybe you've seen this before in other documentation sites, but perhaps you hadn't realized it. Here we see tutorial, how-to guides, reference, and conceptual guides, right? Just kind of like what we were talking about earlier. If you heard of Fuchsia, which is created over at Google, we're looking at their doc site and look at how they have basically those same main content buckets. They have get started, guides, concepts, reference, and in their case, they have a contributing section. Actually, did you know that NumPy, of all things, the NumPy is also using the Ataxis framework. The Django is using it. WebSocket is using it. So there's like a lot of folks, that are picking this up, and we are excited to join the cause. All right, so I think that now you have a much better idea of where our current documents are at and what the roadmap is for improving our docs. And this is open source. So we are so excited to see how many of you folks would love to join us and help contribute to the docs. I mentioned earlier that you should connect for any questions. So there's our GitHub, our Slack invite, Twitter, LinkedIn. You have any questions? You let me know. Again, thank you so much for being here with us today. I had a really great time and I appreciate you. Bye.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Such a good energy to Tendency Conference. I'm speechless right now. I was like all the time, like, wow. I don't know what to say. Like, congratulations on this great presentation. I have been, because I've been sharing with you, but I want to share with the audience. I've been getting messages from friends privately saying like, what an amazing energy, right? Like even a friend of mine said like she woke me up in 5 seconds, basically.
Wow. I
So
feel like
yeah.
part of the reason why you got so surprised was because also that's so not the way I am in real life. That's just me. Okay, part of my job is to do this presentation. All right, presentation mode. Boop.
It's like, boom, you switch. Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, I was like, I mean, I know you for those who don't know you, but I know you. I've been speaking with you before, of course, and you're very calm, like you are right now, right? And suddenly, when the talk started, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? What is this? Amazing. This is amazing. I love it. So yeah, and like really cool concepts that you explained there. Like I was saying in the chat, you opened a new world to me. So yeah, thanks for that, because it's really insightful talk. So we have I think we have some. Not sure if we have some questions, but you get some compliments here. So of course I'm gonna show them.
Thank you,
This
journals.
this energy and great content also triggered this comment from Arjun, right? Saying that we should have a best presentation award.
Wow.
So
Well, you guys
that
are too nice.
it
You're
was
being too nice.
cool. And I agree. We should have something like that, maybe. I don't know. We
For
can have
Canela.
for Canela. Yeah, Canela rocks.
She's like, hey,
Canelita.
nobody's talked about me. Her ego is like not being stroked right now, so I'm gonna get in trouble after you mute me. I'm just letting you know.
Amazing, amazing. So I asked the question during the talk. In the meantime, if anyone has another question, I'm gonna read mine again in case you want to augment what you said. So my question was, like, will it make sense to have 4 buckets like concepts, tutorials, how-tos, and reference inside the tools bucket that you saw? You saw like we're gonna have 5 buckets, and I was immediately curious, like, so maybe tools is so big itself that maybe we have to explain also concepts that only exist inside tools. Even inside each of the tools, that they have different concepts, like a template. What is a template, right? Like, what is a generator template? What is a generator actually? And tutorials, like how to use, how to get started with this tool, how to learn how to use this tool, and some how-to guides on how to accomplish specific stuff with this specific tool, maybe, right? So I was like immediately, I was like, maybe like we should have these 4 buckets inside tools as well. So, but you said
And
like
I was
no,
like,
because it will be an exception, right? No, don't do that.
look, Fran, don't give people ideas.
So you,
But like, I feel like it was such a good question though, because I mean, in the tool section, you are going to have to explain, what is a template, right? So it kind of, I see kind of where the question came from, and I see the nuance in the question, because there's nuance to that question. But if we were to literally, within tools also put how to concepts, this and that, like it's just gonna, you're gonna end with this inception, and that happens when people don't plan and think about long term. How long is that URL going to get? Will that be an easy URL for the user to remember? Is that an easy or good URL for Google to, SEO, which kind of matters. That's the other thing. Like, we also need to think about the technical perspective, the SEO side, and also like how user friendly the URL is. So that's why my mind initially went, oh my god, no, not quite that. But so I more see it as if we open the issue, I don't know if we can screen share it, but I kind of have a screenshot in the issue where I'm using the example of the tool Modelina. And in that issue, I said, hey, for example, with this new structure, how would we now showcase how the tool works and how would those subsections for Modelina specifically work? So I gave a detailed example with that tool so that it kind of made more sense. So that's why I thought, oh, that's good to help answer the question.
Awesome. So then immediately comes to my mind, like maybe on the concept on the concepts backend, if you want, we should have things like a template, right? Even though it's not part of the specification or it's part of the tool or one of the tools, maybe. We should be explaining there what we mean by a template, right? Something like that. Is this what you mean? Like we should be explaining so much. Yeah.
Yes, we'll be doing a lot of that as well. And so that's actually like, it's funny because it's a lot more nuanced once you start to think about, wait a minute, but does this go here or here? And you can think at first that it is easier because, oh, well, now I only have 4 or 5 buckets. So that's easy. But wait, when you force yourself to pick the MVP approach, it actually takes a lot more thinking, right? And so I think that I don't have all the answers either right now. And I think as I start creating the docs or as people add contributions, I and you will all learn with me and about, this makes more sense. And I'm sure some things will change even just next week because that's how it always works.
Of course. We're never done, right? Cool, Alejandra. So we have no more questions, I think. Let me check the conference Slack channel. No, we don't have any further questions. So yeah, thanks again for joining the conference and giving this tremendous talk. I loved it. So, and I think people loved it as well. And you might want to stay with us while we close the conference now. Okay. All right, so let me invite Lukasz, who is not ready now. Okay, I was seeing him there, like.
His face. I always kind of need a moment to recover.
I was just relaxed because it's the end.
Yeah. So let me change the layout. I don't know if this is gonna improve or make it worse. This one is cool. I like it. I need to find the spot, but I look like a parrot, right? That also. So Lukasz, you are the one here that should be probably
speaking
and explaining what's next.
Yeah. So first of all, thanks for being with us until the end of the event. Huge thank you to all the volunteers that helped out coordinate messaging in all the different chats. Like amazing work. I basically did not have to help them. Like they handled everything pretty well. So thanks a lot to all of you folks. Really, it's important to have your support. So I hope it's you can still help tomorrow and on Thursday. Tomorrow is the next day of the conference. We start the same time as we started today, so it's 12 p.m. UTC. We will again start several minutes, like around an hour before, to get a stream links to update them in the website. So you can just go to conference.asyncapi.com to get the fresh links to all the streams. And I think that's about it. Unfortunately, like today, tomorrow, and on Thursday, we're gonna have talks cancelled. But the community is pretty responsive, so they're not like the original talks are cancelled, but we already have replacement. You're gonna hear about changes tomorrow and on Thursday. But pretty amazing talks will be in exchange. So we're not losing anything. And yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow, man. Bye bye. Ciao, ciao.